Hallo Fabian.
Hi Christine, ich kann noch nichts hören.
Nee, ich glaube, die sind noch nicht gestartet, wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe. Ich war erst in dem anderen Link, den schließe ich jetzt, aber irgendwie gab es da Probleme. Hat es dich rausgehauen, Fabian? Oh.
Kann noch nichts hören. Ist seltsam.
Hello, colleagues.
Hello.
Hello.
There's some background noise.
Yeah, quite loud.
Yeah. I think they are still struggling with the technology.
Yes. Is it okay, colleagues? Can you see my presentation?
I don't hear the stage. Did they say anything?
Peter, can you see this now?
The sound is terrible. I don't know if...
Start. I'm waiting for the sound from the end of the outdoors. We have other participants here coming from different countries, several comments of industry and technology, and in a minute I will give the microphone over to the host of today, the Pecos, who is hosting us in the beautiful Nevada.
I will just test the Romain, is this better? Just test. No, just če lahko ugasneš tega na odru. Okay, thanks. Do you hear me now better? No, is the same voice as before? Aha, Christine is her face now.
That is better, Alan.
What?
Yeah.
This one is better?
No. That's no.
I don't know.
When you were down.
Yeah, when I'm down, it's better. So I have to have presentation like here all the time. All the presenters have to be here. So maybe it's from the box is the problem. Yeah, Janis will take care of it. Ja. A boš on dal stran, tisti, ki si prej imel pa. Aha.
Pa malo bolj stran drži mikrofon,
Boste vi nekaj danes narobe predložili? Če nikoli ne spremenili. Nekaj ste mogli. Se pravi, jaz vedno predam tega, potem imaš tukaj na stvari. Poleg. Tega bo jaz spet. Ja, to je to. To je to znači, mislim. To nam delajo.
Dajte potestirati zdaj.
Če se vrnemo nazaj, koliko ste vi zanj spremljali, da kompjuter ste videli.
Ja, problem je, da je bil zelo nizek zvok.
Ja, pa jih tam malo povečamo, pa je. Pa bomo dali tam na štirko. Pojmo nazaj na tisto, kar je bilo prej.
Ne, tak je zdaj video.
Aha, tak je bilo nazaj?
Ne govori mikrofon. Daj ga bolj stran, tak je super zvok.
Aha.
Kdo nam govori? Zdravo, a nas online slišite?
Ja,
A je tako v redu?
super je.
Ok, Samuel, a govoriš prosim tam?
Ja, pa tukaj tudi v redu.
Ne, tu se pa po moje dvoranskega sliši zdaj, ne?
Ja, te se dvoranske sliši. Tam je v redu.
Mislim, tu se te slabo sliši.
Slabše.
Ampak koliko je boljše, daj govori še nekaj.
Torej, govorci morajo tukaj biti blizu
Ja,
računalnika.
boljše.
Govorci morajo očitno biti blizu računalnika.
Ok.
Hvala ti.
Less than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan.
Zdaj, če bo naročeno, kdo bi tam govoril, da pa tukaj vidim.
Bom. Ok.
We are also waiting for Italian part, and they say the traffic is...
Okay.
Yeah, so they say that will be 30 minutes late, but yeah.
Let's start.
Yeah, we just start.
Will you speak with this microphone?
S kjer bomo govorili? Kar tlele?
Po želji. Tukaj.
Okay. So, we can start. Aha. Jaz še tamle presentacijo. Tlele vam mest. Okay, hopefully now we can start our conference. I would like to welcome you all here in person and also online. I'm really happy that you all came in this large number. We are still waiting for some partners from Italy. As you all know, we have been working for 3 years in Smart Circuit project with all the partners about circular economy, digital solutions. Today we will share our practices, pilots, and everything that we learned in these 3 years. So share the best practices and have a pleasant event. I would ask all the presenters to be on the schedule if possible and enjoy it. Now I will give the word to our director from TECOS to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, the live audience and also the audience online. I would really like to welcome you all very warmly and wish you a great day today. Day full of new opportunities, new knowledge, new sharing of ideas, and of course of getting to know new people and of course finding new opportunities for the new project, new research, and also, if possible, also some new business ideas. So I will start a little bit with description of TECOS, of what we do, and then of course I will welcome all the participants in the project and all dear guests to share your ideas and to show the results of the projects. So at TECOS is a technological center here in Slovenia. It was the first one in Slovenia, established 30 years ago by Slovenian state and also City Celje and Chamber of Commerce. And we were established just as a help for the industry. This is our primary goal at the beginning. It was solving problems for the industry that they didn't know how to solve. They didn't have researchers, they didn't have the knowledge and so on. So we started with this work. We started slowly with one employee and we grow during the years. Today, TECOS is not anymore just a problem solver. It's a strategic development partner for the companies here in Slovenia and EU, and also strategic partner for the research organizations all over Europe and also, of course, here in Slovenia. Our activities are divided in four main pillars. First, and the most important, is steel engineering services for the companies, so developing new optimized products, helping them solve problems, helping them get to the market with the latest technologies, and basically be successful in today's, I would say, global world. The second is very much important, is research. We are a research organization and we deal with research. But we deal with research that is close to the company. So we deal with research in higher TRLs, and what we research, we always try to get into the sales department and then go on market with our research. So this is our goal. We are not competitive to, let's say, universities and institutes that they deal with lower TRLs, but we try to take their knowledge, their basic research, and take it and bring it to the market. The end, we are also training organization, schooling organization. We do a lot of seminars, trainings. We also provide job trainings and so on. We also offer official job qualifications and similar. And we also work with the universities and faculties that are local, and we provide them with classrooms, equipment and similar, so the students are always in our facilities and we work with them very well. And at the end, we are also a cluster, industrial cluster of Slovenian tool makers and also tool producers and also users. So basically we are one of the largest industrial clusters in Slovenia. Because we gather all the processing industry, whether it's plastic industry, metal industry, or anything else, and we try to help them with new opportunities, with finding new partners, talking for them with the government, with the EU, and try to present them with the financial opportunities on the research and similar. What we do basically from the engineering services is from design of new products, structural analysis, injection molding simulations, all other virtual simulation, digital twins, measuring, 3D expression, prototyping, tooling, rapid production, regular production, anything that the company needs, we can provide. And we are very proud of this. We are one-stop shop for startups and small companies. Somebody who has only idea, nothing else, he can come to us and say, I have this idea, and he comes to us and we develop basically from the idea till the end, till the production, everything that they need. So for somebody who doesn't have any kind of experience in the industrial environment, we are very much starting point to enter the market. Of course, also in research, we do a lot of research in the processing industry, so Industry 4.0, digital twins, material development. We are very, very much very strong in the circular economy. We were the first to develop biodegradable materials in Slovenia. We are doing a lot of recycling with developing and using crops in the industry, and so on. We also help the companies basically to enter these research projects, because usually they don't have any experience in them. We prepare and help them manage the projects. And of course, we also have a wide national and international network, so to help to find them suitable partners to basically develop their ideas and their products. We are very much, we have key competences in all the industry needed for the processing, from the analysis, development, design, sensorics, circular economy, prototyping, 3D scanning, 3D printing, and anything basically needed. Also now robotics and AI in the latest years. So anything that company needs basically to develop or modernize their processing power, we are there to help them. We have, of course, quite a lot of our equipment, from production machines, let's say injection molding machines, metal working, 3D printing, scanning, basically anything that the company needs to quickly produce their products. We can do it in-house, so this is very important. So sometimes even when they come to us, they can have small batch production or medium batch production even in 14 days to 1 month. So this is I would say also our something that we bring to the market that others cannot. As I said, we do a lot of specialized trainings, one-day seminars. We produce, we can also give job qualifications. Let's say this is very important now where there's the lack of technicians. Let's say you are a hairdresser, but you don't have your native job, you work in a factory. You can come to us. We provide 3-month courses, and you get official job qualification provided by the Slovenian government that you are machine operator or anything similar. That is very important, so you can go from one company to another with your official job qualification or anything similar. For the smart circuit, it's very important that we are also a cluster. We are one of the largest clusters here in Slovenia, also very much active. We work with Slovenian companies, and we work also inside of the SRIPS. This is Strategic Partnership for Research and Innovation. So we try to bring new knowledge to the companies. We try to bring them new opportunities, try to introduce them new partners, and of course we are their voice to the Slovenian national and also European Union when their voice needs to be heard. We have 30 years of experience. We are a team of 23 engineers from all fields, from electrical engineers, bioengineers, of course mechanical engineers, and really researchers that we can provide all the services needed for any kind of research, development, or transfer of knowledge needed. We are situated in Celje, so we are also close, I would say, not just to Slovenian market, but also Austrian market. We do roughly 10 to 15% of our services we do abroad, Austria, Germany, and other European countries. So we try also, of course, to, I would say, diversify our offer. Yeah. We have, for the production, it's very important that we have certificates that we provide really stable production, really stable and quality products and development. So we also work on this, that we have also standardized everything that is needed and that the companies need, especially abroad. They're very, very keen that companies have standardization and that the quality is guaranteed for their development. At the end, I would like to introduce you something that picture says more than words.
We are Slovenian Tool and Die Development Center Tekos, and at our facilities dreams come true. We offer our customers a complete product development all in one place. with powerful software tools for product construction and structural frame analysis, a 3D printer for plastic and metal materials. We are offering prototypes and mold parts development in the shortest possible time. We are performing numerical simulations of injection molding to ensure that molds are working properly and the production costs are optimized. We perform fast and accurate measurements and advanced GD&T control on digitized products of various sizes.
Research and Development Department is a vital part of TECOS, where we combine the knowledge of PhD and Master Science researchers with experience of our engineers. In cooperation with partners on various R&D projects, we are developing new solutions in a wide array of fields, including process technologies, materials, mechatronics, and advanced numerical analysis. Within the Industry 4.0, innovative solutions such as industrial sensors, industrial Internet of Things, management, control, and optimization of processes for plastics processing sector are being developed.
We pay special attention to environmental problems and, of course, projects dealing with them. We introduce biodegradable polymers and composites into industrial flows, so by demonstrating the technological efficiency, also with reused recycled materials, and, of course, ensuring the lowest possible carbon footprint.
Our mission is also the transfer of knowledge from academic to industrial sphere. Therefore, we are carrying out different kinds of seminars, from one-day hands-on training to several weeks of job qualification in industry and processing technologies. TECOS is the main association of Slovenian tool makers. We are a European recognized technology center in the field of development of new products, tools, and technologies. So thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. I really wish you very good and successful and productive way, and let's the conference begin. Thank you very much.
Okay, so right now let's start the journey to Smart Circuit project. Aleš, Alan, Primož and Simona, many thanks for hosting us here. I can say from my private but business life that it is the best place to be, because with TECOS we are already cooperating, I just counted, 10 years, and we came here for the first time in 2019. 16 we started the project, came here in 2019. I'm looking at Walter for 3D Central project that started our very strong and effective collaboration. So right now, my name is Agnieszka Włodarczyk. I have a pleasure to introduce you to the Smart Circuit project that we started 3 years ago. Yes, the project is about Digital Innovation Hub, being the first one-stop for digitally driven circular transformation. And what our journey was about, let me quote, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I will learn and implement." So let us share with you the results of the Smart Circuit project, discuss with you how we do the stronger and wider impact together, because what we already declared in our project is that we want to stay in touch and work on the results being achieved in this project for another 5 years. The whole story will be said by me and my partners. So, In the project, in the Smart Circuit project, we focus on 4 value chains that are the most important and energy consuming sectors. You can see electronics, textile, ICT, and construction, but we also touch the cross-sectoral companies, the small and medium enterprises that face the circularity challenges. As you can see, we are just at the end of the project. Our objective is to create a robust network of digital innovation hubs that some of our partners are or cooperate with very strongly to make this change really corresponding with the agenda of small and medium enterprises in our region. The key activities in the project is verify, and we work very intensively with multi-stakeholders engagement, being driven into varied technology-oriented missions, learning from each other. We also involve representatives of our regional authorities, business supporting organizations, to be a partner in the project we decided to undertake 3 years ago. We promoted the knowledge about the circular economy, and we will tell you about that. We did our best to bridge the gap between some regulations that are not understandable from the perspective of the small, medium enterprises. We work on the every basis and talk to them as the partner, not as the one who sets the regulation as the process is over. And now let me introduce the partners. I wouldn't be so brave to stand here in front of you if I didn't get the support of them. So here are the key partners of the project. Ourselves, we are the lead partner. We work with we are the innovation hub. We are also the operator of Polish investment zone, supporting technologies and startups, but also working with the regional authorities on the smart specialization of the region, on the regional strategies. From Austria, we have the Research Bergeland Institute, the Applied Research Organization and Profactor, the Industrial Research and Technology Center. From Germany, we've got Microtech Südwest. And yes, from Italy, we've got SID Ligurian Technological District Integrated Intelligence System. Welcome, Ricardo. I just noted you. You managed to arrive. I just saying that because Alan said that you struggle with coming here. From Hungary, we've got Panel Business Network Association also acting as the digital innovation hub, and saying that I should also mention that Profactor is also European Digital Innovation Hub. From Slovakia, we have Technical University of Košice. From Czechia, Czech Republic, we've got with us Intermac Solutions being integrated with South Moravian Innovation Center from 1st of March. And from Croatia, last but not least, we have the Croatian Chamber of Economy, Varaždin County Chamber. So these are the partners who work. You will be presented today, but also with us, and welcome very much. They are the representatives of our regional authorities from the countries and regions we represent. Now 12 regions and 9 countries that work with us hand by hand over those 3 years. We didn't do the work only in our small team, but also with us are technological experts from this value chain I mentioned. So from the construction, from eco-design, from ICT electronic or textile sector, who during this 3 years' time shared with us the master classes, the best of the best practices that companies in our region has developed. Not. So you have to learn all those names. Something is suspended. Yes. So what are results of the project? What we did is circular, maybe I will stand like that, it will be easier for me to read. So, circular curriculum circular. Okay, or I will be turning my head. Okay, so what we did is Circular Innovation Academy. We scratched the very complex and very comprehensive academia, covering not only the areas I mentioned, the sector is mentioned, but also bringing the horizontal knowledge to what circular economy is, how to enter it step by step, and how to adjust our language and communication to small and medium enterprises of the region. So how to have the bigger impact. What we also did, as I mentioned, our strategic partners, the regional authorities, during the strategic dissemination lab, we met, I'm just looking at faces of my colleagues, over 20 or 30 times with them to discuss, are we going in the right direction? Do we need anything from us? How can we support you in shaping and co-designing the regional policies and regulation? How can we support you in thinking about the financial instrument whom should support the small and medium enterprises to drive and introduce the real change in digitally driven circular transformation? The struggles I mentioned, the next thing is digital innovation hub extension. We started with 16, but at the end of the project, in 12 days, we are reaching 28 digital innovation hubs from different regions, going south, north, east, and west. So also going not only concentrating on the Central Europe, but also going to the Scandinavian regions and the countries that are not yet in Central Europe. And last but not least, we did the test. As I said, tell me I forget, show me I forget, but involve me, show me how to do it. Go step by step, keep my hand. I will remember and I will do it in my organization, in my company. So this is the industrial pilots. We'll have a session on that, led by Alan, as I remember, who will tell you what we did together. Each of us tested some services that our organization is ready to introduce and support the companies with the services. Our approach, already said in the motto at the very beginning, for the enterprises, see and touch the benefits. We'll be standing by you, we'll be showing you way, we'll share our knowledge and expertise with our experts. And it is your decision to make this effort, but you have the trustful partner on the way. Policymakers gain strategic insight. The partners, the regional authorities that will be taking part in the panel discussion and that are here in this room proved that it was worth to do it in this way. So thank you all, those who are here with us and online, for being with us in these 3 years. Very hard one. It wasn't boring, trust me. Then we also involve research technology organization. We also involve business supporting organizations to know from them, to learn from them the best practices, their perspective, and to improve our services. And last but not least, connected with the industrial pilots we undertook, test before invest philosophy. So, impact by the numbers. I think I have 3 more slides. So what we also did, we collected from our region the best practices, those who decided to be ambassadors of the digitally driven circular transformation. Those examples, those success stories come from the small and medium enterprises from our region, and we together managed to introduce this perspective on the European Commission platform that concentrates on promoting the best practices on circular economy. Also, if you can see, we were very, very active in going from top to down to promote what we do, how we do, and offering that we also can work, extend our network. 58,069 people who we reach in those 3 years. If you are working in the project, you can see that it's really, really impressive number. It means we didn't only drink the coffee, we really work hard, and trust me, our journey was not smooth, was very bumpy, but never boring, and we're really proud to share it with you. And last but not least, this platform milestone, that is the pioneering knowledge. Please publish, anyone who is interested may enter. We also got involved in companies to say their stories, but also to track the process on introducing and testing with them these pilot services. We also asked the questions to the policymakers. How can I help you? What do you expect from me? We are working with the companies, but please take into consideration that it must be win-win. We give you something, but also we expect you to respect what we are bringing to you. Take our recommendations seriously, and if you want to have the better widgets, listen and be a partner in this discussion. Also, the Circular Innovation Academy, we'll tell about it much more in the next session, and study visits, learning by doing. Meeting and discussing regional challenges, sharing insights, and the most important thing, sharing the opinions and trying to make them more realistic to reflect our regional challenges we have. International conference, it is our final conference closing the 3 years project, so give us more than 5 minutes to celebrate what we did together, but also make sure that all what you share with us today will not be forgotten. As said, we declared to stay at this consortium for 5 more years, even if the project is over. Learning by doing. Pilots implemented, 24 in our region, 55 companies involved. You can say it's not a large number, but we say it, each of these pilots is representative and can be easily scaled up. New digital innovation hubs involved. We didn't close the project yet. We have 12 days more, and having different letters being signed in the loop, but already reached 26. Absolvents of Circular Innovation Academy already recruited and being involved in getting new perspective on circular economy, and the number of the participants of different events. So our journey continues. So stay tuned and wish you a very good day and the best of me.
Thank you, Aga. Thank you, Aga, again. And yes, it was hard work these 3 years. So our next speaker is Ms. Dana Kasotskova, from community manager from National Contact Point Coordinator, Central Europe. She will have also a short introduction to us all, and then we will start with individual presentation and start the conference. Dana, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Oh, perfectly. Now everything is working, so good.
Wonderful. Super. Okay. So hello, everyone. Good morning from Vienna, Austria, where we are based. So who are we? We are the Interreg Central Europe program, the Secretariat, who is actually then funding the Smart Secret project and was funding in these past 3 years. What I would like to share with you is about the journey where we say why cooperation is actually central. So what we see on the Interreg level is that you and your fellow projects are actually helping to transform Europe and to strengthen the cohesion. And how it does, it's really how you do it and how our projects are doing it. It's really to build trust across the borders, because you connect people who would be probably not able to sit around the table without these projects. You are also the test bed for many new, innovative and novel solutions. So you support to deliver the change to your regions, but also to other regions Europe-wide. And with these results and solutions developed, we have seen that the impact is something what is important for us, and achieving the synergies and scaling up. So how does actually Smart Circuit project fits into this overall picture? Let me start first by introducing the amount and the figures that we have on a program level. So Smart Secret is one of our projects. Currently, we are funding 125 projects on different topics. And we have been allocating already 90% of our total funds for this programming period, meaning starting in 2020 and now ending in 2027, which amounts to 190 million. And through this funding and through the cooperation on the ground, we are able to connect more than 1,000 partners that are producing in all the corners of Central Europe more than 1,200 outputs, even in this very round. So how come that your project is one that is funded? And how does it fit really into this picture that I gave you, is that building trust you do with a very fitting partnerships. You have a relevant partnership and expertise that is needed to really bring the project to successful result. The topic that you have chosen, the circularity topic, is a very relevant and timely topic that contributes to a more resource driven Europe. So, and what is also very important, that from the application form, when assessing your project, it was clear that you are working on important results that will matter, and promising outputs and pilots. And out of those, obviously, already Agnieszka mentioned the digital innovation hubs. And what we have seen and how you have actually involved also the companies, and you are emphasizing the best practices, is an output that strikes us, is also the Circular Innovation Academy that is going to be presented later too. Is everything fine now?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't see really my presentation on the screen, but I see it in your screen. Okay, fine. Let's try now. Okay, cool. Yeah, and talking about the synergies, our program is supporting the projects that they really look around who is dealing with a similar topic. So you have seen that you are one of the 125 projects overall, and there are also another fellow projects really working on the topic of circularity. Having a closer look, you can see the bubbles, so how they are structured, these projects. So within your bubble on the circular economy value chains, you can see that we have more projects working together, and we always invite the projects to look around and to have a clearer idea how you can benefit and profit from the synergies. And one more word on the sustainability is that you already mentioned, Agnieszka, that you probably with the end of the project, it's not the end of the outputs and results. So there is a strong push towards the impact when you make your results travel, as we say it. So keep on communicating it, keep on disseminating it. The partners and the strong partnerships should not just always rely on the lead partner, but really use your own partner accounts and partner channels to further push what you have achieved together within these 3 years, and consider other channels, other maybe events, more Europe-wide events where you can also keep on the network and keep the results alive. So for my final words, I just wanted to give you an idea what is happening on a program level in this year, 2026. So since January 2026, we have approved the call 3 projects in the past year, and they are starting their activities. It's small-scale projects working on specific topics, and they are kicking off just now. We are also discussing already what is happening for the next programming period starting in 2028. And this has been kicked off last month. And as you may be well aware, there is a capitalization call currently under evaluation. And the time plan is that we will select the best and most promising capitalization projects in May 2026. And in summer, there will be also, as from summer, there will be also more opportunities for involving partners on the ground like you in consulting the new program. And I can already say, I don't have it on a slide, but we already have a date for our conference, which is the 5th of November, where we again invite the projects to work on synergies, and we will definitely touch on the future. So to stay tuned, I would recommend that you follow our invitation to the conference and keep in loop for further updates. What strategic topics will be then funded within the next programming period, and how the territory will look like. Because maybe the challenges might change a bit, and that's why also there might be little adjustments of the program too. So yeah, that's just few words from our end. We are very proud to have projects like yours having and working in the whole Central Europe on the circularity. And I'm also curious to hear today your concrete ideas and your concrete collections of the outputs. And I wish you still good cooperation after the project ends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think from behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for all your commitment to our project, the support you are giving, but also very strong motivation to do more. So we take it noted, and as said, our journey is not over. You will hear about us in the future. Over to Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Agnieszka, and I agree. Thank you, Dan. Okay, let's now go to our next presenter and start the session about policies. So our first and online speaker now, and then we will be in person. More will be Mr. Tomislav Pinter. He will talk about digital solutions for circular economy, but on a policy perspective. So, Tomislav, you're here. Maybe we'll share your presentation.
Hello, good morning.
Hi. Morning.
And thank you very much for the invitation. Let me share my screen, just a second. So I hope you can see my slides. So let me start with presenting myself shortly. I'm Tomislav Pinter from European Commission DG Regio, and in particular unit that deals with smart and sustainable growth. Basically, we are covering the whole policy objective one, Smart Europe, but as well the other one, PO2 on sustainable part, also the transport part. And for your topic, when we talk about circular economy at European level, let's keep for the moment this European level, the discussion often focuses on strategies, rules, or maybe sometimes we present individual success stories and projects. But what's important from a regional development, our point of view from cohesion, from DG Regio, however, the main challenge today is not only to define the right priorities, but to turn them into something that will lead to real industrial change in your member states and regions, and of course visible economic results. And that's what we do with the regional programs, with national programs. In the last few months, we were so busy with this midterm review of your programs, and we're done with this finally. So back to your topic, the circular transition happens where companies work, where innovation ecosystems grow, and where, of course, value chains are built. This is why regions, in our view, play such an important role in turning these policy ideas that we all have into real change on the ground. So just to paint a picture, so this is our daily work. We are fighting this, so to say, fighting innovation divide. One of the structural challenges across Europe is still this innovation divide between regions. You can see this very clearly on the map. I think I don't need to present what's behind these different colors. Not all regions, of course, have the same innovation capacity, the same ability to adopt new technologies. That's why I really like your title for this presentation and event, Transferring Circularity to Eastern Europe. And closing this gap is therefore not only a cohesion objective, it's also important for Europe's overall productivity, resilience, and long-term competitiveness. And for many years, cohesion policy has been helping regions to strengthen this your innovation ecosystems and improve the spread of knowledge and technology. And I'm very proud to say that I'm also working on one of the particular instruments that's meant to work in this field. It's the Interregional Innovation Investment Instrument. And many thanks to Tekos for inviting me. And kudos to Teknos. You are really the one of the best participants so far in terms of numbers of participation in individual I3 instrument projects. Let's go slightly back to these big numbers. So what we do within this policy objective, Smart Europe, it's a significant number available for these R&I investments, and this policy objective 1 supports research and innovation and applied research and advanced technologies. What is also important is that these investments are guided by smart specialization strategies. And from this place, I can assure you, and we had many questions, is it going to stay like this in the future, meaning the post-27? From our position, we can say yes. And this place-based approach helps regions to build on their own strengths and develop more targeted ways for industrial transformation, moving from small improvements to more structural change. So yes, smart specialization will maybe change, maybe evolve, but will definitely stay as one of the European priorities. And to make some order into this overall EU framework for competitiveness and for cohesion policy, lately you probably heard about a lot of EU level initiatives. You probably all know about competitiveness compass, and recent reflections, not only within competitiveness compass, highlight the need to close the innovation gap, and this is exactly what we do with our funding, to decarbonize industrial production and reduce these strategic dependencies in the key value chains. And that's where this competitiveness compass gives us overall direction. What we do on regional levels, we define these priorities within smart specialization strategies. The real challenge is, of course, to turn them into real investment decisions, into functioning innovation ecosystems, and concrete changes. And that is why smart specialization strategies are very important. They help connect European priorities with the real economic situation in each region. If you want more data on the cohesion policy support to the circular economy, I'm not going to read now these numbers, but this presentation will be shared with you later. I provided the latest link on the Cohesion Open Data Portal. It is also within our unit that this responsibility to update this portal on a regular basis. So these are latest numbers. I also added a link to one nice story from our magazine Panorama. It's on the cohesion policy and the role within the EU circular economy. So my suggestion to you is to read this and keep on checking this portal. And when it comes to some concrete examples, I think it was a very difficult choice, I must say. For us, we have, for the moment, 70 I3 instrument projects. As I said, Tekos is involved in a number of these projects. But for this presentation, I decided to take one example. This is the Regio Green Tech's I3 project. They just finished. But I mean, they finished, but for example, next week I will also present at one of their events. So that means that They will continue in maybe in a different format, and that's exactly what we want from this consortia, to continue in different formats, maybe to apply to new calls under Interreg, or maybe new I3 calls, or Horizon, or wherever. This project brings together several European regions to scale up circular textile solutions, and they've really done a lot on this field. It combines regional recycling hubs, pilot investments, and digital tools that help connect actors along the value chain. If you just Google Regio Greentex, you will easily find their webpage. Among other deliverables from the project is this brochure about from regions to circular Europe, and it shows how circular innovation can move from regional strengths to market-oriented cooperation, and more to concrete industrial deployment, including in less developed regions. I think they had a number of regions from Romania, and they really benefited from participation in this project. But it's not only about benefits for the regions that participate in these projects. We expect these project coordinators to deliver this knowledge also to other regions, and same goes for projects where TECOS is participating. A little bit just to paint a picture on what I3 is doing more broadly. It's designed to spread innovation across Europe. So when innovation ecosystems are fragmented, when coordination is weak, or where these links between research and industry are missing, it becomes really hard to scale up new technologies. And it's not only about local problems. If some regions cannot take part properly, the Europe as a whole becomes less competitive and less resilient. And this is why interregional cooperation matters so much. I think you know that from your own experience. And because we are now in Slovenia, in Ljubljana, at least you are there in person. These are the top 20 regions so far in I3 instrument. In terms of grant distribution, you can see that both Slovenian regions, west and east, are quite high, and if you combine them together, I think you are. I think maybe even Lombardia is looking at your back. So really good result for Slovenia. I hope that you will continue like that. And last slide, but equally important, in initiatives such as smart specialization partnerships, also something that we deal within my unit in DG Regio, also help in this process. And they allow regions to align priorities, to exchange experiences, and build this long-term cooperation around shared transformation challenges. And across Europe, we already see many promising initiatives linked to circular economy. There is a great number of partnership dealing with circular economy. Here you can also find the link, and you can explore these four partnerships that we have. And so, to conclude, the key challenge today is therefore not to just to generate ideas. Of course, we are helping with this, but to make sure that these existing solutions can be scaled up, can be integrated into more competitive industrial systems. And this requires continued investments, stronger cooperation between public authorities and you, industry, sustained efforts to work on this innovation capacity in regions, especially in those eastern and southern regions of Europe that are still lagging up. And my message to you, if you want to continue as a consortium, if you want to build your network and your activities further, be aware that geopolitical circumstances are changed. You started 3 years ago. We had a different commission. We had different priorities. Now it's more about this resilience. It's more about strengthening. It's more about security. So think about these elements as well. And to conclude, the real challenge today is not to invent circular solutions. The challenge, because I believe that you all have great ideas, but the challenge is to scale them across regions and integrate them into these very, very competitive industrial ecosystems and value chains. That will be all from my side. I will stop sharing.
For your really in-deep presentation, and also for showing us the numbers and where we are heading. I would also take this opportunity to maybe ask someone from the audience or maybe online to ask any questions for Tomislav, if you have on the digital perspective. But I see that Slovenia is quite good, so
yes, indeed,
that we are succeeding. Any questions? No? Okay, maybe later. So let's continue then. Thank you again, Tomislav. Let's continue then with Slovenian perspective a little bit. Now going from you to Slovenian perspective. So I would like to ask Mr. Marko Hren to come to say a few words or presentation, have the presentation about Slovenian smart specialization, how we did it here in Slovenia, and what it's all about, and probably what's the outlook for the future. You can. I will use
this probably the sound and stay here. So, dear Agnieszka and Aleš, the key organizers, dear members of consortia from Poland, Czech, Slovakia, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Croatia. Yes. Yeah. I would like to extend a warm welcome from the Ministry of Cohesion and Regional Development. I serve as the head of unit for smart specialization. You have heard Tomislav speaking about smart specialization. My task here is to present some insights into where smart specialization is currently evolving as a concept. On my cover slide, you have seen that it was designed as a benchmarking tool for the competitiveness of regions, and then very quickly, it's one of the fastest social innovations in Europe, I would say. Then very quickly it developed straight into the concept of transformation of European value chains and economies. So now today we observe that smart specialization as a concept with entrepreneurial discovery process and all other elements serve as a key driver of transformation of European value chains, bringing key actors on European level to assist this dual transition. This is reflected already in the priorities of our regions in the current financial multi-annual framework. As you see here on the slide, on the left box, the highest share of priorities in regional smart specialization in Europe is ecosystem building, meaning financing research equipment as such. But the second largest priority is already transformational. So ecosystem and transformational priorities are absolutely on the top of the list. And transformation priorities involve greening, digitalization, and manufacturing. Exactly what your project is doing. And exactly what I3 interregional innovation investment instrument that previous speaker Tomislav Pinter underlined is addressing. I3 is addressing green digital manufacturing. So we are into debate of how to transform our economies and value chain positions of our economy and research actors quickly and efficiently. The third pillar is answering societal challenges, green mobility, smart cities, smart health, etc. So it's again a transformational, including green circularity. And the last pillar is what was originally the start of smart specialization, the sectorial priorities, big health, tourism, manufacturing as such, so vertical priorities. So I want to underline this new development, new value added of international collaboration, which is transformational. And of course, shift to circular economy is one of the key pillars of the transformation. The whole ecosystem in Europe shall breathe as one. That smart specialization is transformational is reflected in the concept of smart specialization, which is engaging. It is engaging in terms of entrepreneurial discovery process, waking up all innovation pockets of regions, bringing societal actors together to implement transformation. So it's very important that what is built into design of smart specialization is its participatory emphasis on permanent discovery process of who is alive in terms of potential for transformation in the region. What is again important is that what we talk about is interregional collaboration. And I3 as an instrument, interregional innovation instrument, which is new kid on the block of investment possibilities, is exactly answering the gap that our least developed regions in particular are facing. This is financing after TRL 6. Since I'm studying the I3 instrument very carefully and I follow the developments, I'm very glad that Tomislav Pinter underlined this instrument. This instrument exactly answered the needs of Slovenian economy. Slovenian economy is niche, we are niche producers, and our financial gap is exactly in piloting demonstration. And that is the reason why Slovenian actors responded so well to the first calls that were published under I3 instrument. And I would of course recommend the consortia here to go for it and to see what will be the next calls. Now 2B is open for capacity building, for example. So this instrument is directly answering the needs of our regions. What is new with the European concept, to follow up what Tomislav was saying before, in the European landscape, the focus is now on, again, transformational technologies, strategic technologies for Europe platform. Starting with digital and deep tech, continuing with green, clean tech, and biotech. This is perfectly matching the circular paradigm, and the funding in the next financial framework will be geared toward deep tech, clean tech, and biotech as well. What is new on European level is the structuring of collaboration across regions under S3 Community of Practice platform. You have a link here. And annual meetings are being organized, mobilizing practitioners. So all of us who are in this ecosystem to promote for new cross-regional projects under smart specialization. The whole idea is to engage best of best. Not necessarily in the macro-regional contexts, but across Europe. And that's the value also of interregional innovation investment instrument, which is trying to mobilize best of the best, cream of the cream on all European level in quadruple helix sense, meaning research, business, regional actors, public authorities, the whole community which is responsible for implementation of innovation. Now I will speak as a former chair of Slovenian lead sustainability organization Humanotera. If we would have that achievements that we have today, 10 years ago we would be thrilled. What we have today is a clear policy objective towards Green Deal. We have a method, life cycle assessment. We have a certification pending with digital passport in a couple of years. We are having digital passports mandatory in all branches of our industry, and that's a mobilization element that we are using as policymakers to our businesses to go for circularity, to go for sustainability, because the digital passport will be in all domains, and that's worth an effort that you're doing, to mobilize a large number of small and big businesses to go for it and buy in the LCA methodology, which is now backed with technologies and legal framework. So blockchain implementation enables verification and clearing of certificates. And this is now in place. What we see now is that platforms to do the LCA per branch, be it wood, be it textile, be it whatever, are being established. Businesses in clusters are adopting these methods. That's where I would like to emphasize the role of clusters, Aleš. Clusters are instrumental in transferring this logic of supported by legal framework technologies and, of course, overall European objectives into practice. Clusters are overall in Europe instrumental, and that's why we are glad to have DECOS as being front runner in this transformation, being at the same time a cluster. This is key in our understanding, and you will see in the next slides that in our smart specialization, which is very complex, it covers different areas, but our economy is one of the most diversified in OECD. So we did back this variety of priorities we have, from health to manufacturing, from tourism to food, with data. We have clusters, strategic research innovation partnerships per each domain, and we recently convened semantic analysis of achievements in 10 years under those 9 domains of our smart specialization. We did analyze all European publications, patents, and projects, including Interreg, across the taxonomy of our smart specialization priority areas. This was an AI-supported exercise that we did last year. And as you see here, the circular priority is green, in the middle. It is one of the priorities that did grow in terms of number of publications and particularly projects. So we are very vital on European level. We benchmark here on European level. This graph shows that our stakeholders under domains of our smart specialization are vital and present relatively stably in last 10 years in European ecosystem of financing of research, innovation, patents, and very important projects. Under some domains, projects are more important than some domains, patents, and under health, for example, publications. But we did an exercise here on putting on the same level of weight publications, patents, and projects. Our agency for research, for example, is still favoring citations higher than involvement in innovation projects, but we have to overcome this structural gap, and we did it in this semantic analysis, which is the ground for the future. The presence in European value chains for us, when we evaluate the potential of our domain actors, is really good. This is information I will not read it all, but you have heard that from Tomislav that in I3 we were a top winner as Slovenia as a whole, per capita of course, not in absolute numbers. But this is the most important information that we seek. Presence in European value chains, in the projects like important projects of common European interest, of course in Horizon as research, I3 as implementing research into practice. So this is what we monitor daily, and it is also a ground for your networking for future projects that we will develop after this one. We need to underline the STEP regulation. Sufficient to say that we did reprogram our operational program for cohesion policy last year, and there are 2 calls now for East and West Slovenia, for 2 regions, for STEP sectors for our RDI. So we will continue with this also in the next financial framework. We are lucky to have strong actors in STEP sectors, including biotech, which is a part of it. Of biotech is in circularity domains, particularly biomass, and then food, and of course recycling of waste, etc. So this is a field which will gain momentum in next financial perspective in terms of funding, and we need to get ready for it. And that's it for my part. And I wish you a good conclusion, excellent conclusion of the conference and of the project, Agnieszka, and hope that you will follow up with new concrete proposals in other fields of financing streams of European Union. Thank you.
Okay, Marco, thank you very much. We'll do our best, but taking seriously what was shared with us by you, Marco, but also by Thomas and Dana, and going outside our box of Smart Circuit project, that is definitely focused on digitally driven circular transformation of the companies. But what we like to do, joining the dots, making stronger impact and corresponding with what was said by Thomas about the geopolitical situation and circumstances, we are already undertaking the action towards strengthening resilience of our regions and organization, taking seriously food safety and dual-use technologies. And there is another thing we should think about in this consortium, because we have knowledge, we have power, and we really can make impact. And when you mention the cluster role in this transformation and in this process, how important are they? What I would like to say, and addressing to those who were with us in the previous conference, Living Labs. We invited the president of European Network of Living Labs to take part and share with you the message that was also put on those organizations from the European Commission, that Living Labs, as well as the cluster, are becoming a strong force for this transformation, and bringing different perspectives of for helix engagement, but also introducing the methodology that supports in co-creation and co-designing policies, instruments, and finally the solutions with the public involvement. And I don't know if you are aware of, but also from the European perspective, this food sector and the soil sector are very, very important. And we are personally, as KPT, are involved in soil mission project. That is about creation of 100 living labs that are exactly focusing the quality of soil. With the quality of soil comes another mission of EU, that is the food living labs, run by 8 European Innovation Technology, AIT, and agri-food on the food sector. So that is also things I would like to mention. So let's keep our eyes open.
Yeah, we will. Any questions for the specialization Slovenian? I really thank you for the thoughts. I would also wish more innovation, more patents and citation and so on, but yeah, our reality. Okay, we would now like to continue with deep demonstration. So now we heard about more specialization and the policies. And now Marco will present the results about it. So if you can just, what do you wish? This microphone?
Or this one?
Or this one. Would you like to stand?
If both work?
Both work. You decide.
Okay, good morning to everyone, and thank you for the invitation here. I think the topics that we're handling today are very, very important for Europe and then also for Slovenia and the Central Eastern European region. One of the, let's say, projects that has been happening, or was happening because it just ended in December, was the Slovenian Deep Demonstration, which is a project that was carried out by Climate, and this was co-funded by the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy. So we as Climate Kick, we as an organization, if you don't know us, we are a non-profit organization with different our headquarters are in the Netherlands, but we are based in different countries, and we have also our presence, although without an office, here in Slovenia as well, and that's where also the efforts of the deep demonstration came out. The Climate Kick has been working in 3 deep demonstrations, which are in Guipúzcoa in Spain, in the Basque Country, in Ireland for the Irish deep demonstration, and then the Slovenian deep demonstration, which are these programs that aim to have a system change. And if we think about system change, we know that circular economy was mentioned today, the circular paradigm. There are different aspects that will need to be tackled to actually bring change in terms of bringing the circular transition to the ground. And that was one of the main aspects about the main aims about the Slovenian demonstration. As Climate Kick, I'm part of the team that works with the industry value chains. As Climate Kick and as team of the industry value chains, our focus is on working together with industry on one hand, but then also with the public authority in what we call the nexus. So I mentioned system transformation, and for system transformation you need to bring more stakeholders together, as it has been also shown today by the project or the projects earlier on. And part of this nexus is translated into the Slovenian demonstration. But without further ado, this was a project, a multi-year project that was carried on since before 2022, and it just ended at the end of last year. So it was a multi-year project, or more than a project, let's say a multi-year program with different working streams. And the point of it is that incremental change is not enough. So, of course, we can take into account small innovations that can contribute to incremental change, but it's not enough to actually bring to systems change, which is what we need to bring the circular transition, to bring decarbonization to reality. And that was the aim, as I said, of the Slovenian team demonstration, which has an approach of a place-based transformation. So really going down to discover what are the context needs, what are the stakeholder needs, and then how we can translate that into implementation. As you see, the project started before 2020 with a first phase, but the phase that was most active one until the end of the project was from 2022 onwards, where actually we performed what we call in Climate Kick is systems adaptive portfolio approach. So trying to identify sectors and value chains of priority where we can analyze the context, the challenges, and then come up with a set of innovative actions, which we call portfolio actions, to tackle the problem, recognizing that one solution is not enough, and one size doesn't fit all, and that's why we need a set of coordinated actions to work on it. We, of course, found about the challenges that we're dealing today, about a siloed culture, a short-term focus in the actions, an implementation gap, and trying to, as it was said earlier, more patents and less citations. So this implementation gap, scaling up gap that is sometimes evident in some circular solutions, in some projects. Incentive misalignment, and so how these incentives, because we know that there are incentives, but there are also constraints also for circular solutions in a linear framework, and the predominance sometimes of linear approaches, but also the lack of ownership and accountability that can be in decision making in private stakeholders, in public stakeholders, and of course funding limitations, recognizing that each stakeholder has its own limitation in terms of capacity, in terms of funding, and that's why we need to work together as stakeholders. And so we have the aim is to then overcome this implementation gap, managing the complexity of the circular and decarbonization transition here in Slovenia, and break these silos that exist. And this was our approach, built on the steps of intelligence, and so extracting the learnings from projects, initiatives. So not building a new initiative, but rather building on what is already existing. Then together with stakeholders in a co-creation, so industries, NGOs, public stakeholders, and also classes and different even public stakeholders at the national level, but also at the local level, then frame and develop this set of coordinated actions that can be proposed in different value chains. And here you can see a bit of what was the approach, in terms that we worked for 4 different value chains here: the built environment, and so construction, food and agriculture, and the food system, mobility, and the critical raw materials. And each of these value chains was approached with 3 different dimensions: education, entrepreneurship, and policy. Here are a bit of the numbers that the project reached. As I said, we needed stakeholder engagement, so we need radical stakeholder engagement. And more than 300 stakeholders were engaged between private and public. 2 pilots of circular innovation were co-designed together with stakeholders. 3 policy challenges were explored because a policy lab was developed together with the Ministry of Public Administration, and it allowed for the exploration of 3 policy challenges. This policy lab that I mentioned is an initiative that is continued after the demonstration. Then you see 18 civil servants participating in this policy lab. 3 portfolio interventions designed, and this was in the mobility sector. And then, well, as I said, there was also an entrepreneurship pillar in the demonstration. Policy, education, and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship meant doing a mapping of startups, an assessment and a validation of their business model, and a circularity assessment. They supported startups have a potential of saving 23,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. And these startups were from various sectors, from the built environment that you saw, from mobility, but also from food. We used more than 40 workshops to engage these stakeholders to find what are the challenges, create the opportunities, create the potential actions, and then validate also what were all the findings. We focused also on capacity building sessions for public stakeholders, and then the point was also connecting within Slovenia the stakeholders, but connecting also abroad. Here, another aspect, as I said, we were working with 4 different value chains: food, mobility, critical materials, built environment, but then also taking a look at the systems picture. So what are the value chain synergies? That was also an aspect that we were taking into account. How then value chains and industries can work together. Here, for what regards the food system, here what some of the main results. So There are specific changes in the agriculture and food laws that came from the portfolio work of the food system, that go from defining sustainable agri-food system, inclusive agri-food leadership, and uniting expertise. There was a set of innovation actions and challenges that we found that we see the need to transition to sustainable livestock management, diversification of our products, transformation of food processing and in link to regenerative system and the climate neutral goals that we have as Europe, a reformulation of food and a diversification of diets, and then enhancing the consumption of local food, which although I think this is one of the key already strong point here in Slovenia. For what regards mobility, what was achieved? A new vision and transport strategy that was defined, shifting away from the traditional focus on transport infrastructure, but then also having an emphasis on the user and the sustainability, because often mobility is designed as the structure, but not taking into account the real user, that then also impacts into how systemic the change can be. And one of the challenges explored through the policy lab, which I mentioned, was focused on the implementation of the mobility plan. In the mobility value chain, what we saw is a problem with accessibility and a need for a more centered, as I said, centered mobility system and a more sustainable shift as Slovenia as a whole. Forward regards the critical raw materials, we took a different approach. As I said, what we did for the other value chains is use a portfolio approach where we had a set of coordinated actions and innovative actions that are proposed to the ministries, and then they can be updated. But here what we did is to create, to orchestrate circular pilots that can foster then the change in the sector. And what the work was done is to do a scoping of what are the landscape challenges, opportunities, and industry presence initiatives to provide the circularization of critical raw materials, which now is very, very relevant, taking into account the European Critical Raw Materials Act. And we brought different stakeholders here, creating multi-stakeholder task force with industry, civil society, ministries, along with cohesion, environment, science and innovation, but also the Ministry of Economy, and then, of course, the industry partners, which are then the implementers. And there were two task forces led by two of the largest institutions here in terms of research. One was the Institute Jošo Stefan, and the other one was the National Institute of Chemistry. As I said, two critical raw material pilots were designed, two circular critical raw material pilots. So pilots aimed to recycle, but then also implement in the future other of the arts of the circularity for the critical raw materials. Which critical raw materials? Rare earths, which are containing magnets and some other products in electric vehicles, wind farms, but then also phosphorus. And this was done in coordination with Just Transition Regions, localizing one of the pilots in Belém. I mean, it needs to be, it's still built, so it's something that they are working on. And the other has the aim to be set up in the region of Zasavie. So we have the Sachka region and the Zasavie region, which are eligible for the Just Transition. So taking into account circularity, bringing jobs back to the region, and a circular innovation and reindustrialization of industries that have lost their industries through the years. And one of these pilots was, as I said, the first pilot was aimed at recycling the phosphorus that is sometimes found in sludge, and the aim was to also create added value and innovation. So here the phosphorus, the aim was to use the phosphorus to create phosphates for new novel batteries. And the second one was to recycle the rare earths that are contained in magnets in a set of electronic applications and bring them back to new magnets through a special technology, which is an unicum also in Europe by the Jošo Stefan Institute. We also worked, as I said, in entrepreneurship, and here the achievements were that we developed a framework to propose a more systemic design of the halls and with the house of circularity. Evaluate the calls that aim to support the industry and the SMEs, and see how the circularity criteria can be enhanced and developed. Then we work together with the SPS organization and in the development of new circular criteria as well. And as I mentioned, there was also the work with the startups with the potential of saving more than 22,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. Going back to our working policy, we explored 3 policy challenges, but there were also more challenges proposed. And this was, although this policy lab is set up in the Ministry of Public Administration, is a cross-ministerial effort, considering the Ministry of Public Administration, the Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Science, Education, Science and Innovation. And we worked also in education, and here we worked side by side with the Ministry of Science, Education and Innovation. What we did with them is what were the main results? Is the transfer of the work into the working process of the systems portfolio approach, sense making, a theory of change, and other type of systems tools that now are part of the working process of the ministry. And then also we assisted the ministry with the assessment of education changing pilots that they were working with the universities here for introducing sustainability and circularity. Now that I have given you a picture of this multi-year program, how is this continuing? We said that the project ended in December, but as Climate Cake, we're still working with linked initiatives to these topics. One of it within the Circular Cities and Regions initiative, where we are working with several cities and regions across Europe, and we are handling and organizing a capability building program with the different thematic focuses. And the aim of having one in-person, the main in-person event of the capability building program in Central Eastern Europe, we're evaluating the possibility of doing that in Slovenia, but then we have this focus on circularity in Central Eastern Europe. And the other one basically builds upon the work of the Slovenian critical raw material pilots that I mentioned, which is the Circular Supply Chain Coalition, which it has a European scope, but with a regional place-based focus of establishing one or more critical raw material hubs. So going from the pilot to the actual industrial hub. And that would be it for my presentation, but I'm available for any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions? Yeah, I saw the magnets and batteries, magnets. They are all projects that we are also involved. We are involved in magnets. We have 2 projects at ECOS. It's called Permanent and Perma. Yes. Permanent and so we are recycling the permanent magnets and trying to be better than the Chinese. That is difficult, Yeah. So as we talked, we just had a conference in Portorož. When did you have it, Peter?
You were invited, but unfortunately we had
Yeah. So there we talked about permanent magnets and so on, and it was interesting that what we figured out and what was the conclusion. So we are fighting for the 15% of, if China is like, let's say 80%, we are 20 or 15%, and when China closes, that's when Europe wants to have more magnets and build more. So that was what was the conclusion. So we are fighting for this 15-20%, and not be so reliable about China.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So thank you for that. If you want, thank you, Marco. Okay, let's continue. When we planned the agenda, we said, okay, let's talk about policies and our strategy and our specialization and results. And we said, let's have an overview about calls. What is open in the smart secret calls on the EU level, and that's why we wanted Walter to present and Michael Zoll to present us the calls. They also helped us in this smart circuit proposal, so they are really good at what they do. So I will give the word and floor to Walter to present us the calls that are in the future now in the EU. Here you go.
Thank you. Well, I listened to the speeches before. I consider what I should tell you right now because we have the same strategic approach, I would say. And the main point when we deal with public calls, we also see we are at the end of the EU term, and so we have to check what's going on and what is the future. But the future is pretty near, so when we now finalize Smart Circle project, we have to keep in mind that even if the project starts, the new term starts in 28, we have to consider what is also the starting phase. And when it comes to different programs like Interreg or ISV, it will get continued. Also Horizon will get continued. It's called Plans Framework Program. So we're coming back to the old terms by Horizon. But in general, it's more or less always about the content and the people and not just the funding. The funding is called ABC. I would say it doesn't matter. We have to consider what is our goal, what is our objective, and how we deal with that. And so that's the line I want to go with through the next 10 minutes. And then we can come for a more or less comprehensive system to deal with this topic of circular transformation or circular transition. Because anyway, we can't solve the problem or the topic with a single project. So we have to consider how we can deal with that in the long run. And then everybody has always to consider which stage we are, what we are doing, what's already done, which results we gained out of the last project, like for example Circular Innovation Academy from Smart Circuit. How can this get connected with other projects, like maybe ISV projects from DECOS and so on, and then be on the right way to deal with this topic of funds and how to approach the next projects. And the main point when it comes to where we are and what we want to do is for sure how is our doing embedded or connected with our ecosystem, with our governance system, and how can we deal with that. And when it comes to circularity, in the meanwhile, it's also a lot about regulation and standards. We have also to keep with that. Otherwise, we do a nice project, but we can't make the roll out in practice. And then we can go through all these topics. It's a lot of them already mentioned from our previous speakers. I will just take the opportunity to say it's always a lot about cooperation. We should really use complementary projects, like in Central Europe, as Dana mentioned, also other programs like Urban Space, as Chamber of Commerce, for example, runs a lot of projects for ISV from DECOS. But in general, we should also use the European systems, not just the programs like the European Innovation Hubs, like the network of Smart Circuit, or the KICS systems, or the new systems of University Alliance. I think currently we have 54 University Alliance in Europe, and they run for more than 7 years. So we should also see how they are connected, and then we can use this in a more appropriate manner. And just to make all these topics clear in terms of some pictures, what we did, in terms of circular construction, which is also part of this project. We started in Austria to connect companies for a value chain, and then we did from more or less from the research and innovation part, we went out to new markets like Germany and another part of Italy, and this is the real results out of projects, so you can see these buildings later on. And when they started, more or less did small buildings. In the meanwhile, they took buildings up to 20 floors. And it's a mix of new technologies, and it just can be done via cooperation, I have to say. Because the single companies, when they started, they were not capable to do these buildings. They looked for cooperation partners, we connected them, and then they did a lot of research work as well, and it's an ongoing process. And when it comes how to do it, in terms of calls and funds like this. So more or less they went through the full system of funding schemes, like cooperation networks with Interreg and so on, and built education projects like Erasmus and in the meanwhile we use also a lot of foundations, and also here we learn from the partner network, from Smart Circuit and others, Because before you start by yourself, you should always look around who is doing what and how you can learn. Because before I start with cut-size foundation, for example, in Germany, it's better to look around and see if some partners of us is already using that, and then I can do it in a more speedy and appropriate manner, I have to say. And also, when you see Norway Innovation and other foundations who provide money for projects, mainly sustainability as well, we should consider how we use this in our region or our country, but maybe also how we connect this with other funds and foundations, use this in a more comprehensive long-term manner. And to do this, it's a lot of work behind, because sometimes you just see later on these pictures and results, but we have to see really how to get connected with the flagship projects and leading projects, like this DF from DG Connect is one of these initiatives. There are 4 projects funded, each project 60 million euro for years. And there is more or less all our topics are in these projects. That means smart city and circular construction and AI and so on. And when you see the partnerships of these 4 projects, then you can really get connected with further projects and with some further pilots out of smart circuit and so on. And how we do this, or how this can be done, is a permanent monitoring and training. So we started with that in the year of 2001, I think, and we always have an overview who is doing what in which program. In the past we did it by hand. In the meanwhile we have own AI tools for this, otherwise it's mission impossible to say. And then we can also form better projects and connect them and learn from each other. Because we see what is doing Saxony in Germany, what is doing maybe some cantons in Switzerland, who is doing what in Slovenia, but this is easy because you have a well-established system. Congratulations. I would like to have the same system in Austria with the SIP, because we more or less celebrate our federalistic system with 9 regions and national ministries, so we've always 10 times the same. And then when you get more connected with bigger projects and other institutions and well-established networks in Europe, then it's easier to get also funded projects. Because in the meanwhile, to get an approved project in some European programs, it's a very tricky game, I have to say. Some friends of us are evaluators, and sometimes they have some 100 submitted projects, and later on 5 to 10 projects get approved. So you have to consider what you want to use, how you want to use it, and how it's connected with current initiatives or past initiatives. Then it's better for your future and for results and impact out of the project. And this is just an overview of what we did with green tech or the circular transition and transformation in the past. The basic elements are regional and national funds, and it's still available. So regional and national funds is always the base. We make the scanning and screening, who is doing what, for example, in the German-speaking area. Then we connect these projects, so we can start immediately with cooperation. Not we submit a project, wait 6 to 12 months to get approved or not. So we can start right tomorrow, more or less. In this case, we check the system of German Ministry of Education and Research, and then we start to connect projects. They found the funding facility, each project is 7 years, 50 million euro. And then we connected this bioeconomy, circular projects and construction projects. And one of them is this Holz 21 Regel, the last one. And on the European level, we did the same. It means we looked around what is available in terms of coordination support action by Horizon for this topic. And there we have 3 projects. This and the EU Farm Book is one of them. It's 30 million euro for 8 years. And more or less, it's a combination between, or a cooperation between DG Agri and DG Research. So you see, it's full Europe is engaged in these initiatives with these projects. And so you can really see how you can bring your idea in, how you can connect your projects with them, and then it's for sure a better position to go for the next call. Otherwise, just start an initiative by Horizon and wherever, it's overbooked, it's not comparable to last term, I have to say, and it will not change. Because nowadays a lot of people use these very specific AI tools for writing as well, so it will not change. So you have to consider where's your base in the region, in your country, and how you can connect this with other countries and regions, and then you can make long-term planning or also mid-term planning for European projects. Calls are available. That's not the problem, I have to say. Also, regional, national money is available. The point is how you organize yourself. And when you have formed this network by a project like this one, Smart Circuit, and maybe connected with other ones, then you will prepare for this. That's my message to you. Thank you.
Any questions? Good. Thank you, Walter. So we can continue to see the big perspective. So we had the policies, the calls, Slovenia perspective, now the big perspective. So
you are.
You will be there.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Are there any EDIH or DIH representatives in the audience online? If there are, please feel free to add your input. Okay, so today we've heard about this, how change happens at the forefront, and I will talk about the boring stuff, what instruments we have to implement it in the mainstream, in the what we have for the majority of companies. Yeah. What do I? Yeah. Okay. This quote comes from the EDIH network establishing decision, which is the Digital Europe program, work program, yeah, the EU language. And it was established in 2001, and it is still like the foundation of how we operate. And this is how the network looks like now. And now I will explain what is the difference between Digital Innovation Hub and European Digital Innovation Hub. Basically, the goal of both organizations is to bring change and technology into companies. What makes EDIH different is, yeah, let's have a look at the map. Like there are 168 EDIHs in the network. 2006 the organization founded from other sources. They are in 37 countries, including Slovenia. There are 4 DIHs and 1 EDIH in Novo Mesto, I believe. So, what are EDIHs, European Digital Innovation Hubs specifically? They are the European Commission tools to bring the policy into practice of small and medium-sized companies, mid-caps, and public sector organizations. And this way of bringing the policy into practice is organized along of what we call the digital transformation journey. So the EDIHs, they form a network. They are supposed to cooperate with each other, and each one serves as an entry point to the digital and green ecosystem of the whole Europe for its specific region. Why this tool, this framework concentrates on SMEs and mid-caps? It's because in numbers they constitute the backbone of the European economy. Over 99% of all companies belong to that category, and up to 70% of jobs in private sectors come through these companies. And also, they are a regional anchor. They provide local jobs. They provide resilience beyond big cities. And also, there is evidence that any upgrades to the sector ripple through the whole economy. So there is this spillover effect. But they need support because they face strong pressure from the big players in the supply chains, because often they are suppliers of some part, for example, in the automotive sector. And there is this so-called adoption gap, which means that they absorb technology slower than large enterprises. I will talk about this more later. And they operate within a limited framework. Yeah, they have constraints. They have limited skills and time. They operate on tight margins, and they have no room for failure, no room for experiment. And EDICs, as I've mentioned, provide the assistance along the whole digital transformation journey. We take the policy goals and translate them into action. Yeah. So what are the steps, like the general framework? First, we assess the digital maturity level. There is a variety of tools to do that, but the tools used within this ETIC network have a component focused on circularity and sustainability. Like it's built into this assessment tool. Then we help to plan the roadmap, the steps from A to the desired state. And also circularity steps are included in that map. The third step is very, very important for SMEs and mid-caps. We provide support in testing solutions. We give access to labs, to expertise. We finance actual pilots. We help to calculate return on investment. We help to design use cases. The next step along this digital transformation journey is enabling, which means developing of skills in the companies, training. Yeah, they need to learn. And the last step to anchor all this and create like real sustained change is help with financing and with scaling. We offer funding advice, we offer matchmaking, and we help with the scaling and replicating across the whole company and across the value chains. And like the basis of all these are digital tools that help with efficiency, tracking, and form the basis of circularity, which I will discuss more in details later. Why this focus on this digitality? In this ETICS framework, there is this conviction that you can't change what you can't measure. And so the digital systems are needed to collect actual data, what happens in the organization, which gives us metric and tracking ability, and this enables circularity. And they are especially, like there are three practical operational pathways according this line of thinking to circular input. We can track products and materials, we can measure waste, and we can control energy and emissions. And if we can track and measure, we can improve. So this is like the thinking behind this double the twin transitions, yeah, digital and green. What is important about EDICs is that there are unique and in the sense that each member state has the ability to decide how EDICs are deployed in their country, in their regions, who gets the help, which of the three groups that broadly can, where EDICs are implemented, in which region, which sectors, and what is implemented, the technologies and the processes that help to restructure services. Sorry, I forget to breathe. Okay, give me a moment. And now I will talk about one particular EDIC, a hub for industry that I represent. It was established in 2019. You might notice that the date is different because at first it was a pilot project financed under national funding. Then for a year it operated in the market conditions, like we offered the services for fee. And then in 2024 we became EDIC, European Digital Innovation Hub. We got funding under Digital Europe program. By design, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I want to rush so that we all can have a break. Yeah, okay. So, by design, all EDICs operate as consortiums. They combine business and academia. And the idea is that universities and research units serve as research and development units for companies. So we have 2 universities, 1 research organization, 6 companies, and a Krakow Technology Park, which is a business support organization. And each of the consortium members have their own specialty, a package of services that they can provide to the companies in this logic of this digital transformation journey. We coordinate the work, which you might imagine is very challenging, demanding. And also we provide services. We do the digital maturity assessment, and we co-create the digital transformation roadmaps together with the companies. And also we have the flexibility to respond to the company's needs. When they need something that's not on the menu yet, we can provide it. We can find a vendor on the market and provide the service for our clients. So we are focused on industrial transformation, and our specialty are technologies for manufacturing, Industry 4.0. As you can see, except for AI, they aren't new. They've been on the market like for over 10 years. But we are in this moment of the technical adoption that the majority of the market can use these technologies. And also we have BIM, which is building information modeling, which means digital transformation of construction industry. And at the moment we have 36 services altogether. And again, we are coming to this framework of the digital transformation journey that I already mentioned several times. experience, inspiration, audits, consulting, education, test before invest, funding advice. And now we're coming back to the pictures, and I will explain what you can see in them. This is like the most tangible part of our work, which is showrooms for factories of the future. We have 3, 2 for robotics and 1 for cybersecurity. And also we organize networking and study visits to factories that are at the high level of digital maturity, which is very popular. So this part of our work is easy to document, to take pictures of, but most of it happens on paper. It's workshops, audits, documents, working with companies on that level. So in Poland, like by the decision of the Polish government, only SMEs are eligible for help. And so far, we have 144 clients, roughly 1/3 micro, small, and medium. And the services for them are free upfront. The companies don't pay in cash, but they do pay in the subtraction from their de minimis state aid. And the financing is twofold. We get half of the funding from Digital Europe program from European Commission, and half from the national distribution of European funds, which are then used, like subtracted from the de minimis aid. As you can see, this framework also serves as a tool to develop the ecosystem, because companies get the support for free, but the experts get paid, and they develop their expertise further, and they grow stronger. So in this way, the whole system develops. So coming back to the main, the other topic of my presentation, how do edX support circular economy? Like in manufacturing, we observe that the pressure comes from three directions. One, directly from the market, because costs are rising, energy, materials, and labor. And the 2 other sources of pressure come from regulations, like customers and supply chains, and also ESG reporting. What is worth noting is that the circularity, in spite of these pressures, it's not just compliance to the regulations, but it also possibility to gain competitive edge. I will demonstrate it later with 2 case studies, like examples of how companies do that. But still, in spite of the fact that in the long term it is profitable, or might be profitable if it's done well, SMEs are reluctant. They see this green transition as burden, paperwork, and what they respond, and because it's time consuming for them, and they have again, as I mentioned, low tolerance for risk and disruption. But what motivates them is the business arguments. That it improves efficiency, that it reduces waste, that it optimizes costs. And they are willing to do this when it's practical, when it's low risk, and it shows benefits, ROI improves. And we have this additional Central and Eastern Europe context with companies facing even more pressure, tighter margins, shorter planning horizons, like more time pressure, less skilled workforce. And in our experience in Poland, change is driven by what makes an actual company decide to adopt circular solutions is that they get pressure from their large buyers, from the value chain. And another thing is money. It's the EU incentives. If they can get funding, they will do this. So again, we are coming back to this broad framework of how EDICs are constructed. They translate the policies and step by step take the company to the systemic change. Again, there is this transformation journey logic with big stress on lowering the risk by providing test before invest services. In the practice of our EDIC, this is how circularity is actually delivered. I've mentioned that it's actually built into the model through this digital assessment and roadmaps. And that's what we do. Like each service that we provide has this circular component in it, which also makes companies think. Yeah, it raises awareness. And also, we've started developing dedicated circularity services thanks to cooperation with Smart Circuit. Agnieszka, yes, thank you. You've provided content and support to our program. And also, when we work with companies, like we respond to their individual needs. And I will talk about this now. I have two specific examples where you can see how all of this ties in. Seger, this is a company that makes, they manufacture very, very advanced cutting tools in the machining sector. The tools that are made of carbide, it's a very expensive type of steel, which is also heavy on the environment. Making carbide is like emissions and energy heavy. And they came up with this solution that combines automation with digital tracking. So, we help them with training skills. We made a roadmap for them, and right now we are doing test before invest, but it's like a different part of their transformation. But this specific project, they've got EU financing for a robotized workstation, which by itself reduces scrap. And this is like a very interesting solution. When they make the tools, there is always like a piece of the material left. And they have it evidenced, and whenever a new order comes in, they can very quickly go through what they have and find the piece that matches the measurements, which limits the scrap even more. Another company, they are a supplier in automotive chain, value chain. They produce exhaust systems. And what they needed was again help with preparing a digital roadmap, which was required to get the funding for the project. And in this case, they paid for the services, for our services. It wasn't financed by EDIH, which is an interesting case because it shows that EDIHs are not dependent on the European funding. Yeah. So the case of Banstar is very interesting because they have the product LCA measured, and they have the solar energy systems installed. And what they want to achieve is to automate their production ordering system so that the most energy intensive operations are done during the peak solar power. And they need this to have the competitive advantage with companies in Germany and in Scandinavia, which demand this kind of traceability. So the conclusion is that practical road to these twin transitions is better operations in industry, and EDIHs accelerate this by translating the priorities into low-risk action. I warmly invite everybody to come to Krakow to visit us, to go into more details of what we do. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have in the panel discussion, so if any questions appear, we can address them one.
Thank you. Aneta, so I suggest we take 10 minutes break so that we prepare for the next session. First will be our partners from the Smart Circuit project. We will present each what were the results, and then we will have a round table with our guests and presenters today. So I suggest 10 minutes for coffee and toilet, and then we come back and have this practical session.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. And
so it means we meet at
11:35.
Here.
Here, exactly.
Okay.
So you have now a feeling how our meetings work at partner meetings. We are boss of the boss and boss of the boss. Yeah. So have a 10-minute break and we'll come back.
And also to the audience.
Yeah, I can take you.
Yaroslav, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Can you share the presentation just to double check if everything is working, please?
Okay, I will try to do it. 1 minute.
Sorry? Yaroslav, do you have any question? Any problems?
One moment, please.
Okay, take your time.
Hi, Marian Dudzik. I'm representing Lotte Dudzik. We are
Yaroslav?
Yes.
Can you please try to share your presentation? We are starting in a few minutes, so.
Yes. I will try to do it. I have some technical problem. Let me resolve this.
Or maybe just try to share your screen. You don't need to share your PowerPoint, just to double check if you can share your screen. I still cannot see your screen.
Yes, because
They moved. The other side of the town. I didn't know that. Yeah, sure. I will do the connection between. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no worries.
Yaroslav, did you check?
Yes, I don't know why I have still some problem because I don't see in the SharePoint window my presentation which is open on my desktop.
Can you go to your Teams?
I have open in Mozilla, no, in Microsoft Edge.
Okay, you in your Edge you have your Teams.
No, I have open in website.
Okay, so you can see me in the left corner, right? My camera.
Left side.
Can you see the whole? Can you see the all other speakers?
I see you on the. Yes, I see you.
Okay, so then on the upper right corner you have to close the meeting, right?
Close the meeting.
Ah. Yes, Yaroslav, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Yes.
Yes, but don't click this button because then you will leave the conference. But one
Close, very
icon.
close. Yes,
But
one button.
one icon left. You have share screen.
Yes, I have share screen. I have.
Please click this. Please click this, Yaroslav, and then click share the screen. And then we will together try to help you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you are not sharing. Okay, now you're sharing. And okay, great. But now you're sharing only your edge. Now you're sharing your edge. You should now click one more time this button for sharing. So yes, this. Click it. No. Yes, this one. And now once more. And click the whole screen, not the window. Not the window, but whole screen, okay?
Yes.
Okay, do it, please.
Yes, I do.
We are still not seeing the screen. Okay. Yeah, no, this is good. Okay, now you can please open the presentation. No, don't click this. Don't click this. This is okay. Click the presentation. Okay, and full screen. No, it was okay like that before. Okay, and now you click. It's okay also like that. It's okay like that. Can you go to the next slide just to see if everything is working okay? Yeah, this is okay.
It's working now?
This is okay. So when you share your screen, please share the whole screen, not just the window, okay? And it will be okay. So now you can, yes, cancel the screen sharing. And maybe just do it once more just to see if for the next time. Can you do it once more, please?
Okay, I will try to do it.
The whole screen, the whole monitor, not only the window.
You see my presentation or not?
No, we don't see your screen. You need to first share your screen.
Okay.
So go to the Teams, please. Share your whole screen. Okay, now go to, yeah, this is okay. This is okay. Okay, great. So now you know for the...
Yes, yes.
When it will be your turn. Okay, thank you, Yaroslav. That's it for
Okay,
now.
thank you.
The temperature is okay? Temperature okay? Thank you for your... I didn't copy the slide, but I know your slides. In detail, but I didn't. But I already did our work. Showing all the stuff. So I will be short.
Okay.
Ja, imam tle gor, ja. Zdaj kar prižgi ga. Imam, ja, thanks. Okay. Ha. Okay, as I said, we will start with this part of the presentation. As soon as people get inside the room, as much as possible. No,
Or should I just stand here and...
no.
With this one?
Yeah, it's down.
Okay.
Thanks. Maybe wait a few minutes.
Yes.
Then we can start. I need to tell the new timing.
I sent the parking information again to our presenter.
Good. Okay. So, I hope you had a good coffee and time to talk. Now we will continue with our presentation. A little bit time change, so we are 15 minutes behind. So now we will have half an hour, each of us 10 minutes to present shortly the results of our project, and also for it will be like an introduction to all the roundtable panelists so that they know what we did in our project and how we did it. And then from 12:15 to 1:15 we will have the roundtable with Agnieszka leading it, and then 1:15 we will have the lunch, so everything is okay. Good. I now give word to Thomas to present.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Hello everybody, I hope you can hear me well, also online. Today I can present the results of Work Package 1, and the main part of Work Package 1 was our MOOC course, the Circular Innovation Academy by Smart Circuit, and now I can present the finding to you again. Aga told a little bit about it, but I will go more into detail. If you have any questions, we can talk later in the break. So, let's start. We have developed a MOOC course, which is an e-learning platform with 8 different modules, and everybody can use it online and for free at their own pace. And we have 8 modules that we have developed during the whole project. It was much work, but we are proud of the end result. And the course is divided into 8 modules. As I said, we have the introduction module, which is module 1 and module 2. These modules are about the basics of circular economy. Then we have two modules, Module 3 and Module 7. These are more about tools in circular innovation. How can companies use tools to foster circular innovation in their company? And then we also had a focus on 3 different application areas, namely construction, electronics, and textile. And these are our application-based modules. And last but not least, we also had the opportunity to have an 8th module with learning by doing. So you can learn, or you can use the things that you learned in the past in our module and put it into practice with fictional examples, or you can work in your own company and test it out yourself. So a little bit more in detail now. We have Module 1, which is about the learnings of where you learn the basics of circular economy, and also you discover how digital tools support sustainability, and this is a strong foundation for the next modules. Then Module 2, developed by Comet. Here you can see how you can make a full production journey with circular economy practices, and you can also identify where you can keep the value in the loop. Also, we teach you how you can use waste also as a new resource for your production process. Module 3 now, developed by PPN. It is mainly to describe how smart solutions like IoT and also artificial intelligence works in the context of circular economy, and also how digital twins work and how you can use it. Then we have our application-based modules. Here is the module 4, it is on construction. How can you use circular economy in the construction sector with smart planning, design building, and also how you can make sustainable design. Module 5 is all about electronics and how to extend the product life cycle, so how you can design products and they are more sustainable, and also how to reduce electronic waste. The 6th module is all about textiles. Here you can see how you can rethink fashion and to make them more sustainable, and also how you can reuse and recycle the textiles and to be successful with it. Then Module 7, which we developed at Forschung Burgenland, we had transversal tools for circularity. Here we learn how we can use different tools cross-sectorally, so not only in one sector, but which tools can apply for all sectors or together in the area of circular economy. And last but not least, by Intermec, the learning by doing module. Here you need to make your own practice example and develop new ideas for your company in the area of circular economy, or for fictional task descriptions if you don't have a company that is suitable. So I hope it is interesting for you, and also later you will have the opportunity to get the registration link. So if you're interested, just a little bit about our journey so that you know how this MOOC course was developed. First, we kicked off the Circular Innovation Academy in April 2024. Then we had a little bit time to reflect and improve our course, and we did that in February 2025. And in July, we started to recruit 120 people, and I have to say we successfully achieved this number, so we are very happy about that. But this is not the end, of course. We want to use the course further. So if you have projects, or maybe you are working in a digital innovation hub or in your company, this course would be interesting to you, or you want to further develop the materials, of course you can talk to us or maybe to your project partner in your region that you know, and we can talk about how we can proceed in the future and maybe keep the platform alive. So it will be alive for 5 years as it is, but we of course try to further improve it and to get further projects to improve that. So a little bit about the numbers, what we have achieved so far, so how many people have registered. As you can see on the chart, we have a lot of different target groups that applied or that registered to the Moodle course. So we have SMEs that registered, also Digital Innovation Hub staff, and also the expanded Digital Innovation Hub, so people that are connected to the Digital Innovation Hub mainly, and all the participants are spread among these target groups, and we are very happy about that. Also, the total number of speakers per country, our goal was to have an equal amount of participants in each country, so 10 per country, and we have reached that number. Yeah. And also the feedback of the Moodle platform. So throughout the course of the Moodle platform, we have gathered feedback, and we wanted to see how people react to our Moodle course. And we have to say most feedback was positive, but of course there is also always optimization potential, and we tried to correct things that we noticed during the reflection phase. And still, if you have any feedback on how we can improve it, you can just let us know and always write us. There's always time to optimize things. So, and what are the next steps? As we talked about before, this is not the end of the Circular Innovation Academy. We try to use it further. So we try to integrate it into existing platforms. So in the audience, maybe if you have digital innovation hubs, if you have platforms, websites, where you can think of integrating our platform or just advertise our platform, we can get in contact later. Also, we try to use it at university. So this is also an ongoing process. We try to also use it for teaching, and I know several partners try to integrate it into the universities, also into the digital innovation hubs. Many digital innovation hubs also try to advertise it, or we try also to get more digital innovation hubs to advertise our message. And also through smart and medium enterprises, we are in contact with a lot of companies, each partners, and we try to get more registered people. So, have you not enrolled yet? So we have put a link here on the slides. I will also send the link later in the chat so that you can register. And for all people that are here, of course, we can talk later in the break, and I will give you the access to the course. And yeah, many thanks.
Thank you very much, Thomas. If I may add, we are also working within our consortium to bring also one new added value to our local, regional, small and medium enterprises, and using different other instruments, trying to put it in our country mother languages. So not only they are in English, but in the future they also will be in our languages.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Now I would like to follow with another big part of the project we dealt with, and I have the opportunity, and I'm really glad to be here and to represent the Smart Circuit project, as we were the lead partner of this work package. My name is František Janke. I'm coming from Slovakia, from Technical University of Košice. And before I will talk a bit more about how we were trying to close the gap between the policy goals and the practice of the industry. I'll also present shortly who I am, and at least so we understand what is my perspective and how I read the things around. So I'm coming from Technical University, which is, as you can imagine, the university which has several faculties like civil engineering, materials, mechanical engineering, and I'm representing Faculty of Economics. And I'm representing the team which is called Košice Transformers, which is the applied research team and the innovation projects team, dealing with the topics, especially combined with the digital and green transition. And on the right-hand side, you can see a few examples of things where we are combining the digital and green transition. So at the top, you can see the results from several IoT sensors we have in the city of Košice in elementary schools, and we are gathering the data about the climate change. So this is more related to climate adaptation. In the center or in the middle, you can see the application that we designed and developed, which is the calculator for environmental impacts for the industry operations. So it's based on the LCA methods is calculating the impact, not only the carbon footprint or the carbon emissions, but also other 15 environmental impacts. But also very interesting is the lowest part, which is the serious game that was designed for the secondary school students to understand the climate crisis. So really the work is very diverse, and we try to do what we can in analyzing what is around, to understand the situation, even to test, to pilot some solutions, and even to help with the strategies for the companies or for the public administration to deliver the impact. But now back to the topic. So within the Smart Circuit, we also try to close the gap, and I'm really glad I had the chance to listen to all really remarkable speakers before me. Before in the session that was in the morning, who really brought really nice insights for different perspectives of how to bring the circular policies or circular digital policies to life, how to make them in real operations. So what is the gap? Why it happens? The gap is the difference about where we would like to be and where we are, or where the industry is at the moment. So it's the difference between policy directions and where the operations of the companies or the society is at the moment, and where are the constraints of these operations. It seems like it's empty space, but it's caused by many things. It's a very complex thing. So there's a lot of uncertainty, time, costs, and maybe skills, and very complex processes the companies or the society needs to tackle to get and to fulfill or to comply with the policies and with the goals we would like to have in reality. Also on this picture, you can see the perspective of the company and what influences the decisions in the company about adopting the circular or digital innovation. So there are many perspectives, many characteristics inside of the company, which makes the difference if they decide to go in some direction or not, but there's a lot around. So it's also the performance of the sector. It's also about the R&D support in the economy, and it's also about how the policies are shaped. So it's a very complex thing, and also that's why the solution is not very easy to make it happen. And what we try to do in Smart Circuit project, very simple question: how can we close the gap? I mean, very easy question, but the answer is not so easy, or the solutions are not that easy to implement. But we called those solutions strat labs, strategic labs, which should act as a repeatable brokerage mechanisms or platforms for the industry and for the other ecosystem partners, but also for the policymakers. In other words, what we try to achieve, or what we meant by the strat labs, it's an approach where digital innovation hubs or other actors, intermediaries, innovation intermediaries that are on the market, how can they act as a structured interface to bring together the policy level and the company's level or the operational level. We also try to, within the strat, we try to offer instruments, support services, and a feedback loop for this dialogue. And the result, the impact we were searching for was reducing implementation barriers and leveraging the opportunities of public and private investments to move forward. So at the end, we tried to build a bridge between the industry and the policy. And as I said, it's much more complex thing rather than building this very simple bridge to connect the house with the island or with the land. So it was much more complicated. And that was the reason why we first tried to even dig deeper and to understand where is the problem and what are the needs. So what we did, within the project, we analyzed more than 115 strategies, policies, and financial instruments we have in our countries, the countries of the Smart Circuit Consortium. We also performed 36 the interviews with the policymakers. They were diverging from national level to local level, so we tried to cover all levels of administration. And we also got some feedback or some ideas from interviews with the industry representatives and mostly with the decision makers within this company. So either CEOs or managers in operations. And the needs, and I think there is no new surprise. I mean, this is what was already discussed within the, not the panel, but within the session in the morning. So what we are missing, what we need to work on is the access to financial improvement, access to financial instruments. Companies like the understanding of how they can easily adopt and with no risk, with the lower risk, how they can adopt digital or circular technologies. They would like to have a support in this. They like the skills, the knowledge, the capacities to do this. They would like to have also support in internationalization or like matchmaking actions to find new partners, new opportunities. There's a problem of coordinating different stakeholders who offer very similar services or complementary activities, and they do not know about each other. So the silo problem, and also the guidance for the companies to be aligned with the policies or with the regulations. So different problems, different topics. How we implemented these actions, the strategic labs, it was into I'll say sessions, or how could I call it? Into slots, okay. The first one was the piloting. So firstly, we and the Digital Innovation Hubs, we met with the policymakers, with the companies, with other innovation intermediaries, and we were talking. We were trying to understand what are their needs. We knew about some needs, but we also wanted to check if it's still true or if there are some changes or we missed something. At the same time, at this piloting, we also tried to introduce first testing of the services we would like to offer in this perspective. And this was done in all 12 countries. Together, more than 200 participants took part in this action. Then the second step was the permanent start lab. So we tried to make, from what we've learned, we try to operationalize the services, the DIHs or innovation intermediaries might be regularly providing to the ecosystem. And we implemented the first round of such a permanent services. All the partners in the consortium committed to be doing in the future as well. And this was attended by more than 350 participants. And to see some pictures or how it really went, many meetings, many interactions, discussions, presentations, seminars, webinars, online, but mostly physical, which was also one of the things the participants really appreciated, to meet in person, to know each other, to increase the trust among each other. And the portfolio of what we offered within these events was like capacity building, training, but also the knowledge sharing and awareness raising, which is at the end. Consultancy on guidelines or incentives and financial support and how to use the calls that are around. Advisory, briefing and policy support, digital, the support in piloting, the support in understanding what it takes to implement the innovation in the operation, trend watching, reporting, and also the networking and matchmaking events. So it was really a mixture. What we also tried to do was to use existing formats that were already there, but we filled them with new content, with a new service I'm listing here. So we also wanted to break the silos. So if there is another entity doing very nice or have a very good format, we try to cooperate to combine it, and because everybody in the room knows how complicated it is to get the attention of the industry or of the policymakers. So we need to be very smart and very also efficient in a way not to waste too much time of the attention of the companies. And the lessons learned, what we have implemented, it confirmed what we thought at the beginning. So there was it was really appreciated by the companies to have this practical and hands-on presentations and possibilities to touch the technologies, to see the real cases and to work with the demos. Also, the test before invest, I mean, to minimizing the risk for the companies, this was also what they would like to see and touch. But also what was more often said by the, I would say most, even by the policy part, but also for this real decision-making part, they would like to have this format operation, I mean, I'd say permanent, but repeatable or repeating. So they would like to even have a say regularly what they are dealing with at the moment, but at the same time, the policymakers would like to see or to measure where we are moving regularly and to have to have the information of where we are moving and what is the pace. So there was definitely a need for the continuity, for the follow-ups, for having action plans where we would like to be in 1 year, in 2 years. And this brings me also to my personal wish, I would say, to conclude this presentation. I see a lot of potential, or there's a lot of space, at least in Slovakia, and I know from what I've heard from other countries that there's space as well to have these structures. Like a digital innovation hubs, we probably need also something like the sustainability innovation hubs or green innovation hubs, because digital innovation hubs cover really part of what needs to be done. And there's also one difference between digital transition and green transition. Digital transition more automatically brings the benefits. I mean, it's bringing efficiency, it saves money. It's much easier for the company to understand, okay, if I invest in this, it will save me money. It's easy decision for me, or it's easier. When it comes to green transition, it's global threat we need to react to. It's not something we wish to do. We simply need to do this, and that's why we are in this transition. We need the policy level. We need the regulation. We need to be. I mean, there are much more problematic parts we need to put into the puzzle, and that's why we also need, from my perspective, the structure to support this, to support especially this meso level, somewhere which is between the policy and the industry, this intermediary level. This is something we do not have it that well financed, for example, in Slovakia, and this is the space I see for the future development. So from this point, I would just like to say we have many experiences with this, and we are ready to be at the table to discuss how to move with this in the future. And by saying this, I would just like to thank you for your attention.
Okay, now it's my turn. So, if you can. Great. So my name is Alen Draganovic. I come from Tekos. So you already heard our presentation and everything that we had to say about Tekos. We were the leaders of Work Package 3. It was a long work package. Here. Peter. Okay. So, first thing that we did in our Work Package 3 is interview the companies. So what do companies need, so that we understand what the challenges are within the companies. We interviewed, as Aga said, and Aga already had my introduction presentation, we interviewed 26 companies from 9 countries, and most of them replied that we need better financing, that they already have some kind of a strategy, some kind of a strategic manager for circular economy, but that they need more and more support in this field. So what we did inside of our project, we divided ourselves in four, we called it task force groups, that will offer task force services. One of them was textile, one construction, ICT, and cross-sectoral support and services. And the main aim or our approach was first to build, then to design, test, expand, and see what the future holds for the developed services that we will develop. The replies that we got from the industry said that if we see the electronics, that there is some kind of recognition of sustainable, let's say, structures and ways of thinking, but still it's a rigid industry. They are aware of some principles, but there still needs to improvement. For the textile, I had interviews with a few companies too of textile, and what I figured out is that textile is a really huge waste industry, like really, and that this part especially needs let's say strategy to smart circuit and better dealing with textiles. In construction, we also interviewed one company in constructions. This is an old school industry. Let's say money is in charge if you are circular or not. So if the companies that we interviewed told us that if a customer gives us money for a new building that is, let's say, circular, then we will do it. If a company does not give us money for that, we will do the old school way. So this is the thinking of construction field. And for the cross-sector, let's say all together companies that we interviewed, again, financing was the main issue. So give us a little bit more, let's say, money injection, so that we come to this part and be more circular and linear. And also there was a need for life cycle analysis and life cycle product analysis in that field. So from the gathered information that we got from the companies, we said, let's develop our service portfolio. And that was a process. I used, it's not here, but I used the graphics from our reports. So first we needed to establish the task forces, define the topics. And as you know, we are many partners. And each of us has different offers to the market. And for example, TECOS has prototyping, creation partners have life cycle analysis, and each of us have something. But then we need to combine it together and also separate it to all the task forces that we have. And at the end, we have 5 categories that we let's say concluded, or that we offer to the SMEs. One was capacity building, the second one was the training program and the courses, the third one were the audits. Here I mean again life cycle analysis and design workshops and so on. And then were the tests before investing. Here were mostly the Czech partners and the Slovakian partners involved, like digital twins, test solutions, energy monitoring, and at the end, to cover everything and what I said about the companies, what was their need, is the fundraising and investment funding. So these were our 5 categories that we developed throughout our service portfolio. And then comes the pilots. So each of us partners had 2 pilots. One was sector specific that we choose within the SME that we picked, and one was cross-sector. So each of us had a cross-sector pilots. Here are the 9 pilots that we have. As I mentioned, Slovenia had fast prototyping, digital technology training, Hungary, and test before investment, Czech. Croatia had life cycle analysis. So we all made some pilots that were offered to the SMEs and that were based or developed throughout the interviews and the replies that we got from the SMEs. And from those pilots, from those services, now came the flagships. So how do we look at the future? And for the textile flagship, we said that that we will give designing driving workshops to help SMEs explore circular textile solutions and move towards flagships uptake. For the construction sector, we said that we will give smart data, product passport, and LCA-based support for lower impact construction ecosystem. For the ICT electronics sector, we said that we will give them test before invest, advanced testing and circular design services that support longer product life. And for the cross sector, we said a more collaborative platform that will capitalize on new initiatives, new calls, new initiative buildings. And at the end, so if I conclude from where we got to where we are now, so we got verified service portfolios. We have 4 flagships that we will offer to SMEs. We have a continuum mechanism. So as Aga already mentioned, we will sign letters of commitment as partners together, so that we are still working 5 years after the project. And also we signed letters with commitment, for instance, us with Chamber of Commerce that we are here today, and from Ministry of Cohesion Politics and Ministry of that Mr. Hren is here, and we will work with them in long term. Just one, if I say the numbers, 24 pilots, 4 flagships, 2 letters of commitment, and 5 years work together. And that's it from our results. Thank you very much. Okay, now Aga's turn to. You have a microphone. Here it is.
I just want to comment. I just want to comment because Alan was too quick and too modest. If you could go back. Yeah. He said two lots of commitment. It's not true. It's not true, I have to say, because there is 2 long tracks of commitment. I mean, we together in the partnership of 12 mature organizations coming from 12 regional countries signed a document saying that for 5 years we will continue our work within our forces without any external money. If we get it, we got it. And the second one is that we also have signed a letter of commitment with our associated partners, being representatives of the regional authorities that are here with us and they are listening to us, and with our technical experts who provided the expertise in this consortium. So it's not 2, but there are 24 or what? 33. Yeah, 33. Yeah, 33. Yeah. So now but 2. I was the one that said 2 for each partner. But great. Now it's your table for the round table, and you are taking the position. I would like to ask all the presenters to come to the round table so that we can start this part of the section. So. And what I can say when introducing my remarkable honored guest, one comment from my side: this project wouldn't be without the partners that are sitting here. And wouldn't be without 2 ladies standing. It's not Aga, it's not Agnieszka. It wouldn't be without Urszula Woźniak and Aldona Kwali-Graczyńska, who also are here being and supporting me as the project lead. And now I would like to invite the guests. Can I ask for the screen?
Yeah, we need Jaroslav to also. Jaroslav, are you here?
Okay, we have one person joining us.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let me introduce Marco.
I think that Yaroslav will now firstly have a presentation, right? Or
Okay,
yeah?
up to you. You are the
Okay.
boss.
Yaroslav, feel free to share the presentation, please.
Okay, I will try to do it. Just let me.
Okay, so let me say, Yaroslav is representing the Marshall region of Małopolska region, Marshall Office of Małopolska region. If you could say about the department you represent and why did I invite you?
You see my presentation?
And we see your screen, but now you need to open the PowerPoint.
Okay, one moment. One moment.
No, you stopped sharing. Please continue sharing the screen.
Okay.
Oh, we have it, yeah.
Yeah, we have your presentation.
Yaroslav.
Okay, we have your presentation, and when you finish saying, just say continue.
Yeah, we will say next.
Yeah, maybe it's easier.
It's okay?
Yeah, just give us a minute. Just please give us a minute, Yaroslav, so that we open your presentation, and when you want to get to the next slide, please let us know.
Okay.
Okay, Yaroslav, now you see your presentation, right?
You see my presentation, okay?
Yes.
So, I would like to go to the next slide.
Okay.
Can you see, Yaroslav, your presentation? We are showing the seen key documents and programs of the province. That's what we see right now on the screen.
Do you see it?
It's okay?
Yeah.
It's perfect.
So, I would like to present the regional approach to the circular economy. In our strategy, in our architecture of strategic documents, the main document is regional development strategy. In this strategy, we have a special main direction dedicated to the circular economy. And this document, it's the most important document, as I said, and on the right side, you see the programs and the plan which implemented the goals of the regional strategy. First, it's the strategic circular economy program for Małopolska. This is program which in detail show our vision how to involve the circular economy in our policies. We have also sectoral programs like waste management plan for Małopolska region, regional strategic program for environmental protection, which has sectoral solution for circular economy. And the main important financial instrument to implement these goals of circular economy is regional program, European funds for Małopolska for 2021-27. Okay, next slide. How did we start with circular economy? So our first experience was SIMBIS, Industrial Symbiosis for Regional Sustainable Growth and Resources Efficient Circular Economy. That was project which was realized in Interreg Europe program with 7 partners, which the result of this program was promotion and dissemination of industrial symbiosis in circular economy in regional policies. The second step was 2 opinion polls made by our analytical strategic research center. First opinion poll was on residents' attitudes towards the circular economy, which show us that The concept of circular economy is not widely known by only less than 5% of inhabitants of Małopolska know what does it mean circular economy. However, the inhabitants of our region seems intuitively how to proceed, how to apply this idea in everyday life. It's mean how to switch off the light, how to how to buy the products and others comportment due to the circular economy. And the second opinion poll was research in industrial enterprises towards the circular economy. And this study showed us that over 60% of companies in Małopolska declared that they had some knowledge of the circular economy, but only 7% had a special strategy in the area of circular economy. To enforce this knowledge about opinions of business towards the circular economy, we make a workshop for entrepreneurs, and as the result, we have some opinions such as awareness of and perception of circular economy, some ideas in eco-design, some ideas about cooperation between business and science and good practice. And in the end, we made in-depth diagnosis in the circular economy using the experience of this opinion polls of this SIMBI project and our own research. And we have prepared the circular economy program for Małopolska in 2023. So the next slide. As you see in the slide, this program for Małopolska was adopted in 2023. The aim of program is to support the region's transition towards a circular model. This program has a budget estimated on 1,200,000 euros up to 2030. And in this document, we have selected projects divided into 3 types of tasks. Our own projects, it's mean the projects implemented by regional government with our own budget. For example, the water tanks for rainwater. We have dependent projects, it's mean projects implemented by NGOs, by entrepreneurs, which are independent of the regional government, to which the region may provide support by European funds, which are managed by regional government or regional budget. And in the end, we have recommendations. So we have example of good practice which we promote in this program. So in the next slide, you see what do we focus on. Firstly, we find that the most important barrier to implement the ideas of circular economy is lack of knowledge. So we have to start it with internet portal. We have launched in December 2025 this portal which show all the activities not only of regional government but also of local self-government, of entrepreneurship, of inhabitants of Małopolska. And one of the part of this internet portal, it's guide for Małopolska in the circular economy. We have prepared special guides with the information, with good practice, which is addressed, for example, to small business, to the education to the local governments, to inhabitants, and also to restaurant and catering sector. We have started in 2022 with award for regional leaders in circular economy. It's mean we have founded the prizes for companies, for schools, and for NGOs which present the best practice in their fields. In the next slide, how we found what we do for implemented the projects. So the main important sources for these projects are European funds from Małopolska, as I said in the beginning. So here we have show some projects, some type of projects which are financed with European funds. For example, Fab Labs, places when the inhabitants can share the knowledge and skills, tools and space, when they can, for example, give another life for products which provides from recycling. With the funds, we have also support for waste prevention, waste collection, preparing for use and recycling. With European funds, we support also activities in the field of product and process innovation enterprises, which contribute to the development, especially including the area of circular economy. We have also support for activities in the field of awareness raising, education, consulting, in the area of promoting energy savings and circular economy. We have support for energy efficiency. We have also support for mobility, electromobility in our region. So in the next slide, you see that thirdly, what is important for us in this program, it's knowledge transfer. The problem we have discovered, it's well known that the scientists and the business doesn't cooperate very well each other. So we have started our strategic project, Małopolska Knowledge Transfer Center, which helps the scientists and the business work together. For example, supporting in reducing greenhouse gas emission and limiting the impact of business activities on environment, also including the implementation of circular economy. And the second important initiative of our self-government, it's Eco Advisors for Business. It's consultants employed by our unity, Małopolska Entrepreneurship Center. So the consultants helps the entrepreneurship, providing them information and education on legal requirements for environmental protection, informing them about the possibility of implementing modern technologies, sources of financing and eco-innovation in enterprises, promoting the idea of sustainable development and good practice. So in one sentence, how to run an environmentally friendly business. And that was the last slide on this presentation. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jarko, very much for joining us from Krakow. Please stay connected with us, and I hope so technology will stay with us. So let me introduce my honored speakers. Please already welcome in the first part of the meeting Marko Prem, and then from Ministry of Cohesion and Regional Development of Slovenia, who already had a very great sent the great message to us, how to join the dots. Let me introduce Klara Grasic from Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Slovenia. Welcome, Klara. Let me introduce Jarosław Kostrzewa, who is the Director of Department of Regional Development. Department of Corporate Governance and Economy, Jerzy Kopet. Jarosław Kostrzewa is with us online. And let me also invite on the stage Aneta Rządza-Champiel from Hub for Industry. I have to be smart and fast, so welcome. And let me, hopefully technology will not kill me. I lost it. It's in Hungarian, so may I ask my support? You know, in our team we have many skills, but I'm still not reading Hungarian. So having invited the guest, let me start with short comments. We already proved to you and shared with you our experience within the project that circular transformation really happens and is the most effective when it's tested in really industrial environments. That's one message. Makes one point to the very clear that pilots that has been shown they have not only environmental impact and performance, but also support competitiveness and resilience of the region. The third thought, that isolated pilot actions are not enough. We have to upskill them and we have to join forces, what we are doing in this project. So now I go to the question I prepared for our honored guests. Marco, may I start with you? From a cohesion policy perspective, what key lessons from the practical experience we shared with you today might or should influence the design of the future EU funding program and the activities that we undertake, especially after 2027?
Well, thank you very much. In first place, I think that the transition to circularity, cradle to cradle, DNSH principle, and sustainability in general has been embedded in European policy successfully. We have to affirm that fact, not only on policy level, but also on the level of selection of projects in pipeline by all agencies that are delivering funds. There is room for improvement in the NSH principle, of course, implementation. There is, of course, room for improvement in LCA, life cycle assessment, but lots of number crunching has to be done in terms of preparing mathematics for the truly validated result of LCA. I know that I'm aware that for branches of industries, a lot of work has been done in preparing the metrics, in informing the stakeholders, but I think that this regulatory part is successfully done. On the implementation side, I also think that, particularly in Slovenia, for example, we have implemented the structures to sensibilize the entrepreneurs in all domains that sustainability and circularity is a standard, not something that they would market themselves with, but is becoming a standard, and that they should adopt that not voluntarily but obligatory for the competitiveness of their businesses in the future. We established a cluster on circularity, which is hosted by Chamber of Commerce of Eastern Slovenia. We established a Center for Transition to Circularity, which is hosted by this institution, and you are a part of it. And we established a demo project with Kick Climate that was explained in this roundtable. I'm not happy with how all this was managed, manifested, implemented. I would have loads of criticism, but that's a part of some other panel. So there is much room in improvement. In one sentence, governance is key.
Governance
We
is
have been very weak in governance concerning all the three experimentations that I mentioned. But it's not today that we should, I think, analyze this, maybe at some other point.
Thank you very much. Definitely, regulatory part is very important. And from the perspective of SMEs that we are working with, the stability of regulation is also very important. If we say something and demand something, we should keep our word. So any changes that are then implemented and lowering the requirements, which is good, but also can bring the bad effect. It means, you know, if it's not being demanded from me as the company to introduce LCA or other ASG, I will do not that. So what we face in the project when working with the companies was that, you know, on one side we are pushing them to really do a huge step with huge amount of work, because people are not in the companies, they do not have too much time to read the documents. You know, they do that.
That's why we need clusters.
Then when we when we soften our regulation, that has really bad impact. But of course, what we are doing, we are also passing the information to the companies we work with. But listen, look around. The world has changed since we started project. Maybe there are some other priorities we should focus. But I think that here we should be the partners in this discussion. But thank you very much for the reflection. Now I would like to see the Clara perspective, because you are representing the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, and I was really impressed by the number of companies you gather. You represent, I guess, 16 regional offices. And I was looking at Jerzy, checking how old is our first industry chamber of commerce, and we are based from 19, I think 51, so we are the older one. So the question to you is, from the business perspective, what are the biggest barriers companies still face when moving towards circular business models? Because we've got the great examples, but we know that the life sometimes bites.
Yeah, I think thank you for having me first of all, but yes, there's many barriers, I guess, that we hear from the reality, right? There's skills, and we've heard this from the previous presenters as well. I think you also spoke about the barriers that SMEs have. So it's skills, it's funding, it's market demand, it's also regulation, because it's hard to implement. But I think what Marcos spoke about, and what also you said, I guess a big barrier currently is exactly this constance. So regulation has to be constant, it has to make a sort of how to say the word, like a consistent environment for businesses to be able to compete, because we know that for a business that something can change overnight, like geopolitical circumstances can change overnight, and they have done so. And as you've mentioned, and as also Tomislav has mentioned before in his presentation, when you started a project, the environment was different than it is 3 years later. So imagine if we add to that also the change in EU regulation. Anyway, we have so much regulation compared to, let's say, the US. I've read some numbers, and in the past 3-4 years, I heard that EU basically presented about 13,000 regulated acts, and in the same amount of time, the US did 2,000. So, imagine how much paperwork, basically, and administrative burden companies are facing right now just by this regulation. So I agree with Marco when he said the Green Deal and the green ambitions of Europe are set well, and the strategies work, and they're good, they're ambitious, and the companies understand them, and they do understand why they must do certain things. But the problem comes from this more technical part of implementing these regulations. So to give like an exact example is the problem that we have now in the Electrical Industry Association is with, for example, gathering waste electronic and electrical equipment. Why is this a problem? Because we're trying to, with this European regulation, reduce waste, right? So we have collectible targets. We have targets that countries must, collect, which is waste electronic and electrical equipment, let's say up to 40 or 60% of what they put on the market. But then there's the eco-design regulation, and the eco-design regulation is saying, please extend product life, extend the product life cycle. So what happens is, none of the European countries met the targets. But is that necessarily bad? Not really, maybe not, right? So we get a lot of these kind of irregularities. So simplification in one way is important. And when I say simplification, I don't necessarily mean lowering the requirements for the reporting, which now has caused a big outrage. But I'm talking about this, that you have 4 different regulations covering the same topic. So hopefully, with this competitiveness compass that has come out by Ursula von der Leyen and then after the Draghi report, I really hope that the next Circular Economy Act, which is predicted for this year, that comes from the Commission, I hope that it will try to cover some of these topics that we talk about today that is still being challenged in the implementation, and that we'll get more clear answers. So yeah, that would be my point.
Thank you very much. And if I may ask Aneta to comment, what about Poland? What about the barriers, burdens that are mentioned when you talk to companies?
Thank you, Agnieszka. I will speak from the perspective of our clients, the SMEs, and from the perspective of EDIH and this requirement of the double transformation. So from this perspective, the barrier is the requirement to have all the digital systems in place, to be able to collect the data, to implement the circular solution. So on the implementation, a lot of companies don't have the level of digital maturity. They need to implement the solutions, which is very demanding and has a process, and that's where EDIHs come in to help.
So before you started to talk about circularity, you started with the digitalization and assessing the technology readiness of the company.
Yeah, that's like the basis.
The basis. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And right now I would like to move to Jerzy. And please correct me, because Jerzy is representing the Department of Ownership, Supervision and Economy. So apologies.
Innovation.
And innovation. And today with us are 2 panelists from 2 different departments from Poland, from Małopolska region, but representing 2 different departments. And the reason I invited them, so the second one is Jarosław, whose presentation we have heard already, representing the Department for Regional Development. And those 2 departments deal with circular economy. Having circular economy being addressed by 2 key strategic departments of the Małopolska region, representing, as mentioned by me, proves that that is one of the priorities for regional authorities to make Małopolska more competitive and resilient. And here comes the question. I didn't share this question with them, so it will be a surprise. How do your departments cooperate to ensure that circular economy principles are embedded across regional policies and initiatives? What is your main focus and where are the synergies between your 2 departments?
Okay, great. So cultivating I can say that I agree with the Jarosław thesis. Okay, everything is good. It's a great presentation by Aneta. Everything that you performed in your industry hub, yeah, is very practical, and this is an operational level, yeah. But okay, let's concentrate on my point of view, but not only point of view from the regional authorities government, but also maybe from the point of view of the Vanguard Initiative member board. I have the honor to cooperate with Professor Drasko Veselowicz. It's an absolutely great cooperation. So I have a very fundamental remarks about let's say, principles, main goals, and conclusions from the Smart Circuit project. First one, maybe it's obvious. There is no possibility to implement, to cooperate on the innovation and on the circular economy without strict cooperation with the actors of the helix. Yeah, this is a small and medium business, the world. This is a world of the academia. This is a world of the science network, and last but not least is a regional authority government. Without this strong cooperation in circular innovation, there is no results, and we started implementation of different projects for many years, and every year confirm this view, this opinion. Another thing is that thanks to this project and thanks to our researches, we see a lot of the barriers in the regulatory, in the legislations, but of course the mental barriers that holds companies back from the innovation. And this is for us a kind of the lessons, yeah. Because as a local government authority, our goal is to govern in this way, to share the funds in the good places, yeah, in the focal points, yeah. Just first identify these places and then make, let's say, kind of the finance intervention. Another thing is to prioritization of the most perspective sectors, niche and business in Małopolska. It's a long story, but in Małopolska we decided to start let's say, new approach to try to start activities not on the strategic level, but much more on the tactical and operation. Yeah, this let's say defense army terminology. It means that we decided to concentrate on the four intelligent specialization platforms. I mean, first one is a health society. For everybody is clear, it's a priority. Another thing is a sustainable energy and industry. Third one is accessible service and comfort of the life. Generally speaking, it's the creativity sector. Everything, gaming, fashion, design, everything that could add a special kind of add value. And last one, sounds very interesting. This is, let's say, advanced processings, materials and devices. So this is a kind of the, let's say, the ecosystem, and each of these platforms is strictly connected. This is our, let's say, base fundamental for running innovation, and of course together with the circular economy. This is a coexistation, yeah. Thanks to this, let's say, approach, to this solution, we hope that it will much easier to get real achievements in innovation, in the digitalization, and in the circular economy. Maybe it is possible to say something more about this approach, because I absolutely think that this is a good idea, and of course it's based on the entrepreneurial discovery process. It was said a lot about it today in the presentation, but this methodology taken from good pattern in European Union. So in general, this is my view. I hope that you are satisfied. If there's something to clarify more, of course I'm ready to do it. But this is our fundamental point of view. And this is, of course, a question of cooperation to the region on the level of a government initiative,